Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome in. How are you all doing today? Hope you're doing well, except Kira.
It is us, your bestest bear buds Dae and BB here to finish step 3 in our life today. Because Dae was weak last time and couldn't go through the whole thing. Bud had to tap out at 8 hours. Skill issue in my opinion.
Okay, I think y'all have a skill issue with being nice to me. But yeah, as the little bear has said, I had every intention of finishing step 3 last time. But I mentioned it during that stream. I've been having some teehee jaw issues. That's very fun and quirky. Definitely caused by wisdom teeth. So after the 8 hours of narration, I was like, my mouth hurt. So I unfortunately had to tap out. The biggest skill issue when it comes to that. Yeah, we all know. You were never nice to me. It's so sad. Wouldn't even give me a snack yesterday. Ugh. I still cry every time. But yeah, I had gone for a long time, and I was still like trying to like push through and be like, oh, I'm just gonna push through. I'm just gonna get through it all. But then after like the last moment we had went on for like an hour, I was kind of sitting there like, I can't do this for another like 4 hours. I need to go to bed and rest my jaw. So I did. You didn't want it. It was tomato soup, and then I said okay, fine, because you offered to baby bird it to me, but then you didn't. I even opened my mouth and everything. I changed my mind. Also, I wasn't expecting tomato soup as a snack. That's more like of a meal to me. Like, pair with like a grilled cheese sandwich. That's like a classic, I guess like a stereotypical like meal in America, in my opinion. Oh, I guess not really stereotypical, because I don't think people would really like say that, but whenever I hear tomato soup, it's like, oh yeah, and with grilled cheese. Because that's what they always pair it with. I take a grilled cheese, like, hands down, without the baby birding it, but you know what? If that was included, I mean, that'd be a plus. But yeah, so today we should have a very much easier time with, like, getting through the rest of it. Because, there's only 2 more moments, and then we have like, epilogue of step 3, so we should be good. We should be good on our way to finish it. Tiger! Welcome in. How are you today? Also, congratulations to Nin and Kira for first and second for being the speediest buds today. Congrats, congrats. I need to remember to, like, mention that every time, because I appreciate the speedy buds. Well, it was leftover, so I see that as a snack. Well, that's fair. That's fair. Leftovers do be kind of like a little snacky, But yeah. So I am very confident. I don't have any hurty jaw today yet, so I should be good. I shouldn't be like wimping out today. And congrats to Tiger for getting third. Oh my god, y'all so fast. Y'all coming in at the speed of light. just to see me? No, I know. It's for BB. I mean, just look at that face. Look at those big old eyes. Who wouldn't want to see that face? But yeah, and then we should be set up to finally add some fuel to this slow burn for tomorrow. When we finally get through step 4. I did kind of debate on whether I wanted to do...
Indeed, I'm the main event.
Yes, you are the main event, BB. We all know. you think I do as well as I do because of the things I do on stream? My hard work and effort? No, it's just for BB's face. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I mean, just look at him. He's perfect. He's the main course. Not leftover soup. But yeah. I'm just here to go fast and eat ass. I mean, of course. That's the true motto here. If you think it's stay feral, no. It's go fast, eat ass. Always has, always will be. It's ingrained in the lore at this point. Well, alrighty, let me go ahead. Let's go on and switch on over. I did debate on whether we would play... Excuse me. Oh, okay, there we go. I was about to say, that took a little bit longer than I expected it to. I was like, am I allowed to exist here in this plane of existence? But no, okay. I did debate on whether I wanted to play through the wedding DLC or not, and honestly, it's probably just going to be like 99% the same that we had played through before, so probably no wedding DLC this time, but you know what, that's okay. You know, sometimes people don't get married. I mean, I would marry Ko, but you know, sometimes people just choose not to. There is something going on with my OBS. It's kind of glitching out. Like, it's not really like doing anything to the stream-wise, but like, every once in a while, it'll just kind of like, something happens to the UI, and I don't really know how to explain it, but it like twitches or something, and I'm kind of nervous, but you know what, we're just gonna go through with it. If I die, it's because OBS killed me. That's how every streamer is gonna go out. OBS killed him. OBS was like, no wedding? Pretty much. OBS, so no wedding? End stream. I see how it is. Sorry, no wedding. We played the wedding. And it was great. And it was amazing. And we loved it. But it'd just be the same thing. I mean, technically, we're kind of still doing the same thing while going through the round again. But no, it's different because there's a slow burn this time. It's just weird things. Mine likes to stutter and cause minor audio lag. It happens. Yeah. I feel like everybody has like... Everybody's OBS is different with, like, the issues it has. Like, nobody ever has the same issue. It's always something different. I'll keep this close by. And just crying when I go offline. Hopefully, you won't need it today. Well, you'll have to need it at some point, because, I mean, I do have to end stream at some point or another. I mean, I guess I don't have to. Nothing's really stopping me from just keeping my computer on indefinitely. But I probably should end. Not now. In like probably like 4 hours from now. Let's see. All good streamers are good because of technical difficulties. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the streamer charm. It's all the scuff, you know. Like, do people want to watch a streamer with no technical issues? No, we want to see the scuff, and we want to see the chaos that unfolds because of said scuff. That's what makes it fun. I love watching my streamer lose their goddamn mind over why this is happening. Alright. Continue. We want the vulnerability. Yes. We do indeed. And then I should be a pro at this point. I mean, in my eyes, you are a pro, Kira. In every which way. Well, yeah, we got 2 moments left. We got hang and we got reflection. Really? In my narration game? Well. Okay, I think it's been a minute. He showed up earlier that morning with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. He was chatting as you caught up to his preparation. Seriously, I couldn't find my swimsuit this morning. I looked everywhere. It disappeared. I had no idea what I was gonna do. just go in your jeans, you know? Yeah, it completely vanished somehow, just like your old sand pail. You totally don't just lose your stuff again. Very funny day. That was different. And I was 8. Anyways, I don't know why I was in the bathroom when I never put it there. He gave a small smile and readjusted the towel in his arms. You now could see that it had been folded at some point, but then rolled up and carried without much care.
I'm so glad.
But I'm just glad I found it. It would have been crappy to lose my favorite trunks. It was nice to see Cove so happy and comfortable in what he was wearing. You walked over to your dresser and mused about how you had picked out your own swimsuit. Luckily, since you were the average height, you only need to worry about finding the right size. When it came to the shape of your body... the shape of your body... Medium rare. I mean, if you do slice me open, I probably am considered medium rare on the inside, aren't I? Just medium rare, medium rare bear, you know? I got a little bit of muscle definition. I mean, look at me. You see my pecs poking out here behind the bear bud who's trying to censor me? But he's failing. Your build was toned and firm, with muscles that were there, though slight in size. You had lost some weight and were lighter than what you were when you were younger. You had to buy smaller clothing than what you used to wear. You'd gained more muscle in recent years. It was clear when compared to how you were when you were younger.
Are you okay?
You alright? Oh, yeah. I was thinking about some things. What things? Just myself. My body, really. His eyebrows rose at your admission to self-reflection. And what do you think? What did you think of who you were? You considered your identity further. Hey, oh my god. You know Bonnie? That's so cool. You had no questions about that part. And... Oh god. I don't know why I feel like so slightly uncomfortable when it comes to this portion here. They are not boobs. I was just thinking of that. Why are your boobs so big? They are not boobs. They're gone. Just yeet the teat, you know? You had a top surgery and were no longer endowed. You'd done a lot of research, and your moms had helped you find a good doctor and paid for it. Oh my gosh, go moms. The results were good, and you felt more at home with your appearance. And currently going through hormone therapy. Your current hormone therapy was changing your appearance. You looked forward to see even more results as it went on. People had a lot of their identity wrapped up in their physical form. It shaped their self-image. Betsy losing his touch. I mean, yeah, he is. Coming in like 15 minutes into the stream. What are you doing, Betsy? We're comfortable. Your body was you, and it was a good one that you felt content in. You used to not feel as good when you were younger, but you had since grown into your body. You felt more at home now and less uncomfortable. You focused on Cove again. He smiled at you and tilted his head, a question still in his eyes. He was waiting for you to come to an answer, but before you could, you had something to say to him. I mean, you think I'm hot, right? You looked at Cove expectantly. Cove smirked a little, his eyes taking you in easy. He's like, hell yeah. Fishing for compliments, Dae? Yes, I'm always fishing for compliments. Praise me. You look great. Everyone knows that. Including you, by the way. Unless that's changed. I hate myself. I should just blurt that out. So what if I wanted you to compliment me? You still should. I'm waiting. I said you look great. I want more. Cove shook his head. His hand went up to try to unsubtly cover his smile. I was kind of worried you were sewing your own head because something was wrong. Guess not. I'm glad. Hey, Dae. Cove gave a bent smile, pointing to your arms. You're looking particularly toned today. It's... He answered not with words, but a solid okay sign with both hands. The same cheeky smile. You were a little taken aback. I came out of nowhere. You glanced at yourself. I didn't know you liked my arms so much. I mean... My arms are probably my best features. I always switch whatever my best feature is, but, hold on. Just... Let me get my whole body in here. I can't do this, the one I have right now, because it's, cut in half. The medium rare bear's there. Shit, where am I? I mean, don't mind my doppelganger here. I'm just trying to prove a point here to show how good my arms are. Oh my god. I'm really letting it sizzle here. There we go. We're getting there now. I mean, look at them. Look at those arms. If somebody didn't like my arms, I'd be very shocked. I worked very hard on them. They're perfect for hand holding. She's like, oh, you need help walking across the street? I got you. It's like you're wrapping your arms around a log. Yeah. You started to flex and show off jokingly. You posed dramatically. You showed off your guns, fighting laughter. First the right, then the left. You then flexed both of your arms and widened your stance in a stereotypical strong pose. He cracked a huge smile. Hey, this is too much for me to witness. Look at me. Look at my beauty. Cove hopped up from his seat and fluttered his hands in front of you, gesturing for the display to stop, laughing the whole while. You gave the poor guy a break and put the goods back down. He exaggeratedly wiped his brow and let himself fall back into place on the windowsill. Finally, you felt that was enough of that topic for one day. You went back to your original goal before you got sidetracked. You need to pick what you wanted to wear to the beach. I want to wear... my wetsuit. While you dug around in your drawers, you tried to think if there was anything else you were missing. And I want to wear... another full swimsuit. Oh my gosh, my goggles. I needed goggles when I was younger. I would not go swimming unless I had goggles because I hated like putting my face under the water and like water getting my eyes, you know. I like I liked being able to see, you know, especially if it was like swimming in pools and stuff, like the chlorine just cooking my eyes, you know, all the chemicals. You know, give me my goggles. We're going deep into the ocean. With that taken care of, you held your outfit together and looked to Cove. He was tapping his toes on the side of the wall as you waited. You vaguely wondered if he thought that was a comfortable place to sit. You hoped so, given how long he'd perched on it. Sipping on that straight chlorine. The best summertime drink was that chlorine from the pool. Delicious. I miss it. It's been so long since I've been swimming. I need to change that. I need my chlorine fix. Regardless, it was time for him to go. You weren't going to put your beachwear with him, just chill. Put on your beachwear with him, just chilling there. I mean, I could. Some ice cubes and it's a kicker. Hell yeah. Definitely. I need to change. Ko just looks at you and go, and? Ko smiled, content with being kicked out. Alright. Ko lowered himself off the windowsill and walked by you to get to the door. He lightly patted you on your arm. I'll see you up front. Okay. When you were alone, you got undressed and put your swimwear on. You also checked your beach bag for the final time, and it seemed like you hadn't forgotten anything. You left your room and hurried down the stairs, ready to meet Cove. You made sure to lock your front door and walked outside. Cove stood in the road, looking down and scuffing his feet on the asphalt. When you shut your heavy door, he looked up at you and smiled. Nice to see you again. Fancy seeing you here. Let the vibe slide over me. This beat is a chemical. Beat is a chemical. Oh, is that a song? I'm flowing right over my head. I don't think I know that one. Hi, Miranda and Terry are going to be here not too long. Terry even texted me earlier saying she was mostly on schedule. 21 Pilot. Ah, okay. I probably have heard it, but I probably don't recognize their lyrics. I mean, we know how I am with, like, remembering song lyrics after all, so... I'll probably, like, look it up to stream. I was like, oh, yeah, I know this song. So I'm so old. I've heard of this song, this tune. Why don't we just head to the beach and wait for them there? We're both ready. That sounds like a good idea to you. You said as much, and Cove shot off a quick text telling the two of them where you'd be. Cove gave you a thumbs up after the message sent. It was a familiar path to walk, and it wasn't long until you reached the shore. Cove laid out his towel on the warm sand. You set up your stuff beside him and looked out into the ocean. The rolling swells hit the shore rhythmically. You all had lucked out. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear and the waves were good. It was a balmy summer day, but with a pleasant breeze to keep things comfortable. Essentially, it was perfect. Do you feel like heading into the water? Maybe just walk down the shore? Or would you want to do something here? Let's... Either way is fine. What would you want to do? Maybe Maybe walk a little. At first, anyway. We can do that then. Cove nodded, accepting the plan. He kicked some sand off his towel absentmindedly. We'll use the goggles later. Yeah, sounds nice. You took a deep breath and tasted the relaxing salty air. The second best drink is ocean salt water. I DM'd the song to you. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I don't think I know this one. Yeah, I'll have to listen to it afterward. I'd listen to it now, but I'm not sure which thing it'll pop up in, so I gotta be careful. I'll have to see about that. Thank you. But yeah, the second drink of summer is the ocean water. Which would you rather drink? A glass full of chlorine water, chlorine pool water, used, or would you rather drink a cup of ocean water? Which one would you rather do? Honestly, it's probably chlorine hands down, because I remember every time I get ocean water in my mouth, it was just instant, you know? Chlorine just kind of chills out, you know? It's not as, like, outright terrible that ocean water is. Just all that salt. Ugh. Just have a whole gagging fit in the middle of the ocean by getting, like, a drop of water in the mouth. Oh. I paused my own stream in Stream Manager? Interesting. Okay. I thought I was in the game. Okay. You chatted a little before a comfortable quiet settled over the two of you, content to watch the waves as you waited for the others. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and flowing like a cape. Miranda started making her jumps more theatric and more precarious as she got closer. Code waved them on with a bright grin. Oh my gosh, woo! Oh my gosh, keep jumping! Woo! The two officially arrived at Cove's in your setup, looking completely ready for an ocean adventure. They were already in their swimwear and were raring to go. Hey Terry, Miranda, welcome to our beach. Hi. Hello, hello. You're a weird one for that. You would do be a weird one. A weird one. Oh my god, the fucking ooh. Ugh. Real. Ugh. The ooh. It's just a contagious. What a banger. Oh man. Is it? Now I'm really interested in listening to it. I'll have to soon. She beamed at Miranda and nodded with a smile. Man, I am so pumped. Yeah, I'm really glad this worked out. What have you guys been up to over here in your town? Cove? Dae? Have we missed things? Cove blinked and then shrugged when nothing he wanted to mention came to mind. Well, you see, we drank some salt water. Thank you, Pepsi, for counting the burp. What have you been up to? The usual. Terry laughed and mentioned a few things about her own parents. Miranda brought up her family and shared some of the wild things her older brother had done. Terry then started talking about her morning, how she'd almost overslept since she had stayed up too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran on less back and during school. Oh my gosh, I feel that a lot. I really do. When I was in school, I would never sleep. So that whole 21 Pilots album is a chlorine trip, but in all the best ways. Ooh, that sounds good. We love a good trip. Miranda filled in the group about her morning. Apparently everything had gone smoothly. She met with Terry on the way here, and you knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the girls. Hey, let's walk while we catch up. Okay. Oh, yeah, definitely. Once everyone's stuff was settled on the beach, the group strolled over to the shoreline. The wet sand was cool under your feet. A wave rushed up and covered your ankles in water. You flinched from the suddenness of it, but by the next wave you were acclimated. You took another step forward and sank a little into the ground. Behind you, your footprints were sown smooth by the waves. Oh my god, I can't speak today. Your friends chatted as you all walked together. You took turns pointing out cool shells or pieces of sea glass. It was a relaxing jaunt. Hours passed and the group had moved between different activities, some low-key and some more exhaustive. For you, it was another break time. You sat on your towel and sipped at some water. Your friends were hard at work burying Terry's full body under it in a pile. Miranda used her arms to force up sand around Terry's sides. Cove worked on covering Terry's feet. You took another drink and closed your eyes. Eventually, a shadow passed over you, dampening the light that was still notable even behind your eyelids. You checked to see Cove had joined you there. He knelt down to dig around in the pile of assorted beach stuff in the middle of everyone's towel setup and pulled out the sunscreen. Did you need me to put some on for you? He took a seat next to you on a towel. He opened the bottle with a soft pop and began to reapply the cream. I hate that word so much, cream. Little kicky feet. Hey. Hey. After he finished up, Cove let out a comfortable sigh and looked off into the distance. But then he sighed again, this time in an exaggeratedly disappointed way. You wondered if he was going to sigh again, even more dramatically if he didn't say anything. Oh, Cove, whatever it is, I'm sure it's gonna be okay, you joked. After all, this is an excellent place to hide a body. You gestured at Terry, who was practically just a hill of sand with a human head at this point. I got a quick chuckle out of him, but he quickly hid his amusement. Cove shook his head, comically despondent. His frown didn't match the sparkle in his eyes. I'm just becoming another jaded adult, that's all. Oh no, they finally got you. Now you were really confused. You waited for him to continue, and his next sigh did not disappoint. It was the most ridiculously sad sigh you had ever heard. That's how I imagined it to be. Then he smiled a little. Mermaids aren't real. What? That had not been what you were expecting. He continued. You know how much I liked mermaids as a kid? Well, merfolk as a whole. I really hoped that they were out there. I mean, the ocean's a big place, right? They could be somewhere. But the older I got, the more I had to accept it. They were just a fairy tale. He jerked his head over to the waterline and the rolling waves. They crashed against the shore and then drew back. This is a perfect beach for them. It's pretty and vast and never too crowded. If merfolk did exist, we definitely would have met one by now. Or at least we would have heard of someone else seeing one, but nothing. He acted as though that result was a true bafflement. He let his head hang. I gotta let the dream go. What do you mean mermaids aren't real? They aren't? He looked at him and tried to get fake tears to start welling up in your eyes. I can't believe it. Next you're gonna tell me that humanoid bears aren't real either. Cove chuckled a little to himself, eyes tilted off into the sea, his face still low. Maybe it's for the best. Let's say a merperson did happen to wash up on shore one day. He looked at you with a faux, doleful expression. Could have lost my best friend to their magical underwater world. Me? I mean, I'd go, but you gotta come too. Cove grinned. He had expected that answer. You're a nice person, Dae, but what if they didn't want me? Would you seriously stay on land? Why wouldn't they want you? The bears are real? Whose toes am I gonna hold now? No, I am real. I am real. I have toes. They're hidden in shoes, but I have toes. They're here. My toes are in here. You just have to let them out. I'm real. Look at me. I'm real. There's two of us. I mean, you never seen the bear. I mean, not in the same room, right? So I have to be real. We have to hold toes. You're a nice person, Dae, but what if they didn't want me? Would you seriously stay on land? You gave him a look. You meant what you had said. It only worked if the offer was for both of you. Are you sure that's the right call? If a beautiful, kind merperson likes somebody, I'm pretty positive that the sensible response isn't to turn around and say, no thanks, I'm going to stay on land with the normal guy. But you're not a normal guy. You're my best guy. Are you warning me that you leave if you got that kind of offer? Just turning around at him. Yeah, see, you don't want the toes out. I do. I just... Listen. I'd spoil you all too much if I let my toes out. Listen, I did let my toes out. I let my toes out during the whole course of Halloween. For my Halloween costume. That's when you all got toes. So basically, what was it, like, last day of September, shoes on. First day of October, take shoes off. October 31st, shoes off. First day of November, shoes back on. Oh, that's right, yeah. My Halloween. So, they were out for a month. I think that's pretty good, right? I think that's good enough. Why are you so sure I'd have to make that call? Since this is all hypothetical. Oh, we love hypotheticals here. Why not have you be the mer person? I don't want that. I should get to be the mer creature, and then I invite you to the underwater world. Oh my gosh. Bear turns into mer bear? I mean, isn't there like a sea bear? So you wear your sweaty shoes the rest of the year? Nasty. Don't get brought out. I take them out when I go before I go to bed. Well, actually, to be honest, I do take my shoes out pretty much as soon as I get home. I don't wear shoes unless I'm going out. But honestly, although to be honest, isn't it better if they're a bit more fermented? If that's one way to describe it. That's Kira's sniffer it's either sniffer or the noise. Although in this situation, I'm assuming it's sniffer. How fermented do you like your toes, Kira? Cause I might have it here for you. Okay, why not you be the mer person? Cove turned his face to beam at you. He brightened immediately. Yeah, I love that emote so much. I always love seeing it. We love Romcat. I tried making a sniffing mode, but I turned more into the more statue face. It can be used for both. Cove turned his face to beam at you. He brightened immediately. Now we're talking. I'd be a good merman, right? You'd make the best merman. You pretty much are one. You just don't have the tail. Yes, that's you. Cove's gaze was drawn back to the water with shining eyes. He was clearly imagining some world where he was a merman who happened upon you here at this beach. He tried to picture what he could be thinking. It would be quite a lovely story. Lovely story, aka love story. The slow burn. The slow burn's fermenting. It's turning into the actual love story. And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. You saw that Terry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls Miranda had been meticulously building collapsed into a wet heap of sand. She surveyed the damage critically. It's a love story, baby. Just say yes. Not yet. Not yet. We gotta wait another 5 years. We're gonna have to start over on that part. Do you just want to give up this now? No way. The burial must continue. I'll try not to move anymore. Okay, if you're sure, I'll try to fix this. Miranda started to rebury her, and Terry shot her a thumbs up. She realized too late that moving her arm was a bad idea. More of the sand on her crumbled, and Miranda put her head in her hands. Cove caught her eye and started to drag himself up. The slowness. The slowness. It prevails. Seems like we're needed. You agreed and followed him over to the girls. Miranda nodded at you both with appreciation, and the three of you did your best to finish the job. Y'all worked out a system of using just enough wet sand to help hold the rest together. With 3 people, it didn't take long for Terry to be entombed. Terry grinned massively, and Miranda offered high fives. The pile was officially done. Oh yeah! Resembling the Kool-Aid Man, she kicked herself out of the ground with gusto. Sand went flying in all directions, and a Terry-shaped imprint was left behind. Miranda, I love Terry. Terry's such a riot. Miranda yelled again, and Cove chuckled. There probably wasn't a better way to get out of it. The 4 of you continued to have a good time. You went on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest, while you found the most colorful. Cove caught a tiny crab. You did a bit of everything. There were impromptu games, to just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you all had ran out of water. Drinkable, anyway. I mean, cowards, just drink. If you look at all this water you have right here. Don't pussy out, drink it. It was decided that you'd head to you or Cove's house. Things were gathered, and you started to cheerfully walk up the road. What next? I don't have anywhere to go, so it could be whatever. Same. I guess we could just keep hanging out? Terry snored and readjusted her grip on her things. Don't sound too sure there, Cove. By this point, you could see your house. It hadn't taken you long to make that trip. The conversation continued with everyone throwing out suggestions. Are people hungry? I'm always hungry. She looked from face to face in inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concert. No one was overtly opposed to it. However, you weren't really starving. It wasn't quite a mealtime. We could get dessert. Delicious. Oh my gosh, Dairy Queen's been having that whole, like, BOGO event going on where if you buy one ice cream cone, you can get another one for free, and I have been taking full advantage of that. I would like 2 ice creams, please. It's just a vanilla ice cream, delicious. Miranda put a finger to her lip and thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Terry considered it and then shot Miranda a thumbs up. Sounds great to me. I can definitely go for that. You know I'm up for more. But there's nothing sweet at my house. Your friend glanced at Cove in his place. He shook his head immediately. Oh, you know, I want some ice cream. You know, me too. I had an appointment today, so I had to go to that. And my mother was being kind and taking me to and from there. And on our way home, I was thinking in my head, I should tell her to go stop by and get some ice cream, but I didn't, and now I regret it. I want more, more ice cream. I've already been to the place like twice this week already. What's one more, you know? I mean, it's a treat for me. Treat yourself, you know? Y'all treat yourself. Get some ice cream for me. At the very least. Your friend glanced at Cove at his place. He shook his head immediately. Dad doesn't have anything good either. I mean, unless you want dessert-flavored protein shakes. Ew, no! She cut it and held her hands up as if trying to ward off something evil. Cove smirked. It's not that bad. Nope. Well, there has to be some kind of sweet shop around here. Let's look it up. Terry nodded and tried to dig around in her bag. I like the way you think. Terry continued to rummage in her bag and grew increasingly frustrated. She puffed out her cheeks and knelt down, setting the bag on the ground. With both hands free, she was finally able to fish out her phone. She raised it up in triumph for a brief moment of celebration. I'll search for something good. Terry got back to her feet, hefting the bag over one arm, tapping away at her screen in the other. Oh, thank you, Pepsi, for the sippy. What? Pepsi? Pepsi! Just bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. I'm out. Okay, I took my sip, a save, and now the stretch break. All right, everybody, get up. It's time for a stretch break. Yippee! All right, but here we go. Honestly, it's probably good that we do these stretch breaks because... So I've been having some, like, side pain recently up around my chest area. And I went to the doctor and, like, mentioned it to them. And so they were like, well, let's, you know, check around there and see if anything's wrong. And, like, you know, the doctor started, like, poking at it. And she's like, does this hurt? And I was like, yes! Like, it just felt, like, really sore. I do lift a lot at my day job. So I'm wondering if, like, that's just part of it. So maybe I should do some more, like, you know, like, side stretches or something to like help it out a little bit. I feel like I feel like I'm up with those like waving inflatable arm tube man. With the way I'm doing, I'm just kind of going like side to side. It's like when you do like toe touches, but you do it sideways, you know? Gay. Oh, gay. Dae gonna need to get buff. Yeah, that's right. I need to get more muscle. My arms need to get bigger. From all that lifting. Do you even lift, bro? Hell yeah, I lift. Not exactly professional gym weights, but I lift. A little bit. Yeah, that was one of the reasons why. That was my appointment today. So the doctor. Guy, they're like, we'll see what happens. You know, pretty much. But man, they really went at it though, because it's still sore now. Like, it was okay before, but after like they had went and like poked at it, now it's like, it hurts. I'm been shouted. I thought you were supposed to leave the doctor feeling better, not worse. Okay, one more minute, and then we can get back into it. They gotta get swole. Hell yeah. Gotta get swole. I got all these bear buds I gotta lift up, you know? I pick up everybody. Yeah, when I get more time, more free time, I'm gonna draw like so much stuff. I've been getting like so many ideas lately. I want to draw a little picture of me holding all the bear buds that we have now. But we got a good, we got a little bit of them. We got, let's see, Bip and Bap, BB, Tabby, Shepard, and Pad. That's 6 bear buds. I mean, I could hold them all easily. But isn't Dae already swole, though? I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what you consider swole. Have you seen... My arms are definitely swole. With them yowie hands. My big yowie hands. Yeah, my arms are definitely swole. The rest of me, I mean, it kind of depends on what you consider swole to be, you know? Yeah, let's just casually just like, what do you call it? Observe my body. It's like, what do we consider this? I mean, it's not exactly like the most intense muscle, but put that tongue away. No, don't look at me. Or do. Yeah, I don't know. When I think of swole, I think of more like kind of like bodybuilder body types, you know? Like that's what I kind of consider it. Like the peak physical form, I guess you could call it. I don't know. Just like really like a lot of muscle definition. But then again, also aren't bodybuilders also like in the pictures they take extremely dehydrated? So maybe that's not very good either. I don't know. It depends. We get, you know, we'll just say I'm swole because my arms are. That's all I need. All I need in life is just my big ass yowie hands, my big meaty yowie hands. That's good enough. Sorry, I was cooking that up. Oh, do I have another one? There we go. Give me. Alright. Terry got back to her feet, hefting the bag over one arm, tapping away at her screen in the other. But she says Cove from top to bottom. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Cove glanced down his bare chest and feet, having not even registered it prior. He chuckled a little. I'll grab something. I can't double burp. I think if it's like, I think it's like 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds before you can put in the next one, maybe? I'll grab something. Cove moved over to his house. You look towards yours. I'm fine right here. You watch Cove disappear into his house. Terry was deep in the midst of scrolling through food options. You shuffled over to where you could see. Miranda did the same. There's ice cream. People love ice cream, especially around here. I don't really feel like ice cream. Cool, because I don't either. Immediately switch up. She flicked her finger up, and with another ice cream place was showed up. Melty Moo Moo's frozen treats with an unfortunate cartoon mascot. Hey, Moo Moo! I like ice cream. It's just not for today. There has to be something else. No, I want ice cream today. I want ice cream every day. You thought on it, and Terry kept scrolling. You heard a door open and Cove reappeared. You were about to be surprised at how quick he was, but then noticed he'd just thrown on a t-shirt over his swim trunks and slipped on a pair of sandals on. Of course. Hey. What would we expect him to come out in like a whole suit? Everyone else exchanged their respective greetings and then looked back at Terry's phone. Terry scrolled further and then made an interested exclamation. Oh, what about this place? They sell crepes. That's something you don't see every day. Look how fancy they are. She shoved her phone into your face. It seemed like a cute shop. Didn't show any pictures of the actual building, but the food seemed good. It was one of those places that put a lot of effort into presentation, with branded wrapping for the crepes and well-applied toppings. Weird, I've never heard of it. I haven't either. Mysterious, but crepes are so good. She nodded her approval as Terry admired more of the photos. I'd go. It's not too far, but we could drive. Honestly, the last time I had a crepe was like... My one and only time I ever had one was like... Oh my god. It's been like decades. Because I remember I was on vacation at the beach and we went for breakfast and... They didn't really have... Listen, I was an extremely picky bear when I was around that age. So I was like, they don't have Rice Krispies on the menu. Or Eggos. So I got a crepe. And I didn't like it. Not gonna lie, I didn't like it. Although, to be fair, it was literally just like the pastry. Like, you know, like the little crepe thing. Like, I guess you kind of supposed to eat it like as if it were like a really thin pancake or something. That's how they had it. It wasn't like none of those like fancy crepes that you see like these days on like the Instagram and the TikToks and all that. So I didn't get that. So I didn't really have a good time with it. And then I never tried it again. But honestly, I'd be down to eat some more. I'd be down to try now. P.S. like, I was open-minded about food once, and this is how they treat me. Terry cheered at the success of a plan made, and you all walked around to Cove's car. He had to run inside once more to grab his keys. Wash me. You noticed the thing could have sanded dust on Cove's car. It'd probably been a while since he'd washed it. With a smirk, you carefully wrote "wash me" with your finger. Good work. I wonder if he's even going to notice. The car beeped and unlocked. Cove ran up to you with his car keys in hand. His hair slipped into his face and he brushed it back. Shotgun! No! I want a shotgun! This is my slow burn, Terry. Fuck off! Your slow burns with Miranda! She clambered into the passenger seat without hesitation. You didn't argue and climbed into the back with Miranda. Terry activated the directions on her phone map and acted as their navigator, directing Cove to the crepes. The GPS tried to get Cove to turn into a non-existent road once and wanted him to do a U-turn instead of just using a left turn, but with Terry looking at the actual path, it went smooth enough. You led to a small stall in the parking lot rather than a full building. That explained why there hadn't been pictures of the crepier's interior, and why it was new to you despite living in this town your entire life. It was a completely new structure that had popped up recently. There was a window you could walk up to, and one for cars to drive up to. Cove parked with a laugh. I don't think I need to put on a shirt for this, but I still want to try. Let's go. Do you not trust us to eat in your car? She gestured to the drive-thru option. Cove shook his head with a snort. I trust some people here, maybe, but wouldn't it be more fun to actually check it out? Everyone acknowledged his point and piled out. Terry tried to tease Cove a little, but Miranda started talking about the last time she had crepes. Apparently there'd been a dessert explosion, topped with multiple sauces, powdered sugar, and what Miranda was pretty sure had to be cake icing. Almost. Was it buttercream icing? Not whipped icing. I detest whipped icing so much. It doesn't taste like anything. But buttercream, that's where it's at. Like, I can understand people that don't like buttercream icing because it's like, it is really sweet. But it's just between super sweet icing and icing that doesn't taste like anything. I want the buttercream icing, you know? Got what I wanted from the battle pass. No more distractions. Yippee! Congratulations, Kira. Your hard work paid off. That's sweet.
So great.
Literally. It was so good, but I regretted it so much. I couldn't finish it, and I really tried. You could do it this time, Randy. I could do it. Yeah, the crepes I had, they looked nothing like this. Nothing fancy. There were some laughs. When you got to the menu, you realized that there were more than just crepes. There were definitely crepes, many crepes. However, the stalls had a lot of different drinks as well. Teas, smoothies, milkshakes. Jackpot! She grinned and held her fist for a fist bump. Miranda high-fived it. The two stared at the awkward, vaguely turkey-shaped hand configuration they had made, and then slowly put their hands down. Cove's mouth twitched in a smile. Never seen a crap in my life. A crepe. Yeah, I don't really, like, see them, like, too often like that. I'm pretty sure, like, also the main reason why I haven't had one since that first time I had it was because they're just nowhere. Like, I know that the most I see, like, crepes from is, like, from, like, TikToks and, like, YouTube stores that take place in Japan. And people go into, like, shops for them and stuff. That's where they look really good. But they're not really placed around here. You stepped to the order first. You glanced back at the menu. Can I get a boneless crepe? You know, I want both. Hello, I'd like to get a crepe and a drink, please. There was a woman who looked a little older than you taking the orders. She smiled back at you, ready to hear the specifics of your purchase. Yeah, only like that, but never in real life. Yeah. Real life sucks. For the crepe itself, you wanted, I would like green tea, lemon? Interesting. Give me a plain crepe. And toppings and stuff. No, right? Yeah. Why is it though? Every time we see something good, it's always on the internet. And it's never actually around our area. Like, what the fuck? Ooh, I want a lot of stuff. Why does it do that? Why? I see them everywhere in my nearest shopping district at this time of year. Ooh. Pepsi's living in the world we want to be in. Yeah, I was wondering if, like, maybe since, like, it's starting to get warmer out. maybe more popular, or is crepes more so like a cold season snack to have? It glitches for me so often like that. Jeez. It be what it be. Okay, I see them in my home when I make them. Does that count? I mean, I would say that counts, yeah. Like, you can't walk more than 5 minutes without coming across a crepe stand. Oh, really? Damn. Yeah, the people in your area must really like crepes then. Have you ever had one around there? Is it good? Are you a crepe connoisseur, Pepsi? Do you know what would be good in a crepe? What do I want of this crepe? Not whipped cream, because whipped cream is like the same as whipped icing. It doesn't taste like anything, and I don't think it really adds anything to it. They're really good. That's good. Maybe I should make a crepe for BB to have one day. I still need to finish like the drink assets I made for his birthday. Oopsies. I mean, he has some, just not the rest. Alright, you know what? Condensed milk, chocolate syrup, caramel syrup, powdered sugar, banana. I think that sounds good to me. I don't know if it will be good, but you know what? It is what it is, and that was all. After you picked the size, you were asked what you wanted to drink. You ordered... Now, what do I want to drink? You shouldn't be asking me about that, though, because I like my food as plain as they can be. Honestly, that's valid, though. Like, I like my food kind of plain sometimes, too. Just sometimes you don't really... You can be content with what you have and not try to, like, add to it, you know? It'd be like that. I thought that said a coffee crepe, and I was like, what? What do I want? I should... Okay, so since I already have something sweet, I probably shouldn't get my usual vanilla milkshake, so maybe I should get... Ooh, an iced green tea sounds pretty good. You could also add a mix-in or toppings for the drink. Oh. Oh. Boba pearls. Oh my god, you can get boba tea here. I've had boba tea before. Wasn't a fan. It's probably just because I didn't pick like the proper drink, and also I took... Don't tell anybody, but I took more bobas than I should have. Because they say you're supposed to put in 1 scoop per drink. I didn't see that, and I put in 2 scoops. And it was too many bobas. I haven't seen that IRL either. The boba pearls, I haven't seen it until I went on a vacation to like the other side of the country. To the west coast. Like, we were walking around and I saw it. I was like, oh my gosh, we have to go there for the experience. And I walked out of it and I was like, man, I don't like this. We already got like a really sweet dessert. We don't need anything extra. You paid and stepped aside to let your friends order. Cole got a lemon crepe with powdered sugar on top and the mixed berries. He also got a plain strawberry smoothie. Tara went crazy with toppings. Although she ordered a plain crepe, she had it smothered with whipped cream, cream cheese, chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, and banana. Oh my god, she kind of copying me. Miranda opted for a frap with caramel syrup and condensed milk. Or you stood off to the side as you waited for your treats. I heard what you ordered, Dae. I'm glad I'm not the only one to go for a drink and a crepe. We spawn ourselves, you know? I couldn't just pick just one. Why not? Exactly. It's gonna be good. Only reason I want is so I can shoot the... Oh my gosh, yeah! Like, put it in your straw and just go... I thought that would be real fun. It's a drink and a toy. Dae, man, your crepe is gonna rock. High five for topping appreciation. Hell yeah. She held her hand out expectantly. Turkey! You hit her hand with a satisfying smack. Order for Dae? Oh, I've gotta get that. You grabbed your order. The others didn't take much time after that. With the goods collected, everyone admired their treats. Terry dug right into hers, and Miranda gave hers a tentative sip. You know what's going on? You don't have boba tea either? We do have it, but I've never seen it. Oh. It's hiding from you. Yeah, I don't have boba tea in my area. Unfortunately. Because now I will never get the opportunity to try to find a tea that I actually like. I think I tried the milk tea. And I think I was kind of confused by it. Because I think of tea as tasting like one way. And then it tasted like the other. Hi, Jack. Thank you for the sippy. I gotta pretend my sweet iced tea to be boba tea. Except there's no boba in it. Why that emo? Jack. I'm staring into Jack's soul. Terry nodded acceptingly with her mouth completely full. Miranda tilted the frap over to her with a grin. Terry sipped it and clearly loved it. Oh, I keep pausing my stream. She raised her crepe over to Miranda. I keep trying to, like, mentally telling myself not to say crap. I don't know why. Oh, wait. I mean, Jack. Chad Jack. You could tell that there was an intent to make it look nice, but with all the sword toppings piled on, only so much could be done. Miranda took a huge bite with gusto and sipped happily. Terry seemed satisfied and took another slurp of Miranda's drink. They had both only gotten one thing, probably because they knew they'd end up sharing. They can share if they got two things still, though. Cove went over to you, and there was a definite interest in his eyes at your order. I want to try yours. What makes you think you got some? No, I'm just kidding. We can... Ooh, you can have some if you share two. Yeah, that's them's the rules. With the nod, he passed his smoothie first, and then you had to rearrange what was in your hands to take his crepe as well. You handed him your order, and he smiled eagerly. They were both an explosion of fruit. The crepe was both tart and sweet, while the strawberry smoothie helped you wash it down. You both exchanged your treats back after a small sampling. Cove gave you an approving grin. With that, Cove started to eat his treats in earnest. You saw him take a huge gulp of his smoothie, and then without swallowing, he added a bite of his lemon crepe. His habit of mixing foods together wasn't anything new. He hummed in satisfaction, so you guess he must have liked the combined flavor. Cove? Terry tore off a piece of her crepe and held it out to Cove. Care to make a trade? Sure. Instead of continuing to loiter in the parking lot, the four of you started to walk down the sidewalk. There was a lot of sharing going on, with crepe bits and toppings being passed around. You wouldn't have been surprised if Terry ended up drinking more frap than Miranda did. You kept going down the way, eating, drinking, and chatting. You hadn't realized just how far the group had wandered until you ended up at the now leaving sign. Apparently you were about to just walk right out into the middle of nowhere. Everybody say love! If I share food, it means love. Terry took her mouth off of Miranda's straw and stopped sipping this frap. Impossible! Preposterous! How are we already at the end? I always forget how tiny this town really is. Cove chuckled a little and swallowed a chunk of Terry's crepe.
I guess.
It kinda is, huh? It didn't feel small when we were growing up. It definitely felt bigger then. It always seemed like there wasn't much here. There are tinier places out there. You guys are lucky to live in decent sized cities. It definitely felt bigger. There was a time when Sunset Bird had felt huge. It seemed as endless as the ocean. There was always some street you hadn't wandered down. Something new for the tourists. But now, you realize it was just a pond in this big, big world. And we're the little fish. Seeing the definite end only reinforced this. Here was the boundary that proved your hometown could be walked out of with ease. And let the existential crisis begin. Yippee! We love the drama. I guess this means we should probably head back. One doesn't just walk into nowhere land. Why not? We're not only one, Terry. There's four of us. Terry scrunched up her face, not wanting to acknowledge the bad joke. She decided to ignore it. It stinks having to go all the way back. Yeah, but it's not like there's anything out in that direction. Oh boy, my favorite! And if we did keep going forward, it'd be an even longer trip home. You stared off into the stretch of road as Cove agreed that he didn't want to go out any further. We can take a break here first before we turn around? We've been walking for a while and someone finished my drink. Round in queue, Terry loudly sucked air from the straw. It was so good. Miranda looked at her, but Terry remained unrepentant. In the end, though, it was agreed to hang around the sign before heading back to the car. It didn't take long to finish the rest of the food and drinks. Everyone gathered up the trash and stuffed it into bags and pockets for now. The group relaxed on the grass, keeping account of all the cars that drove past. It was not a high number. 14. The newest passing car drove into town from somewhere outside, but as the vehicle came by, it slowed down and you watched as it ultimately rolled to a complete stop. The black car parked right by the now leaving sign. Everyone exchanged a baffled look, but then the tinted window rolled down and the driver peered out. As soon as you saw his hair, you recognized him. No one else you knew presented themselves so distinctively. Oh my gosh, who would have known? Hey neighbors. Cove openly sighed when he recognized him, afterwards sucking sulkily at the straw of his long empty drink. Don't be so rude. He's just so obviously, ugh, Baxter. Hi. You and Hannah try to be loud enough to account for the distance and the car noises. It's nice to see you again. Somehow he was able to project his voice in such a way that it still sounded smooth, even though he was definitely speaking loudly. I wonder where he learned to do that. Ooh, maybe he was in theater. Because I think you have to like have that skill when you're like doing plays and such, so that the whole audience can hear you, but you're not just like screaming on the stage. Romeo, Romeo, let your head down. What? No, that's not how it is. that's I'm mixing two stories together. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let your hair down. Romeo, where are you? There we go. And I'm right. It's just a play nobody's heard about before, you know, the crossover. Romeo, let your hair down. Not Romeo with the long hair. He's growing it out. It's gonna grow so long that he can use it as a rope that Juliet can climb down on it and they can run away together. Romeo got them gorgeous locks. Hell yeah. That's how Juliet fell in love with him. It's because of his long, 18 feet long hair. Waited for Juliet for too long. He was sitting outside our window for a hot minute. He's like, damn, where's she at? You thought about the odd picture this made. A fancy black car pulled over to talk to a group of teens, mostly still in beachwear. Miranda was incredibly confused and shrank back to watch. Cove made a quick gesture pointing towards Baxter. Ah, the B-Man? Yeah, he's here. Oh, I wasn't sure if I'd ever actually see him. Her voice was quiet. Miranda usually got shy around new people. Terry was quite the opposite. Incredible! This is perfect! Terry hopped up from the grass and ran to Baxter's car, all full of excitement. Behind her, Miranda picked herself up and dusted imaginary dirt off of her clothes. She sent a searching look to you and Cove, to which Cove shrugged. Miranda nodded and with clenched fists hesitantly followed Terry. She's gonna beat him up. Terry bent down to talk to Baxter through his window. Miranda put in a shy wave. Cove looked at you. He still clearly had no intention of going over. Come on, let's go. Are you seriously going to sit in the grass? Come on, time to get up and be polite. Cove pouted. His cheeks flared out in a childish puff. I don't want to. I don't know what to say. You can go. I'll just wait till he's gone. You can survive Baxter for a few minutes. Do you want to be the only person who doesn't go see him? Well, why can't you stay here with me instead? Listen, you're cute when you're jealous and pouting, but this is not the time. This is still the slow burn. You sighed. He was definitely going to be difficult about this. Some days he really was that same grouchy 8-year-old you met all those years ago. Push him. Not willing to mess around anymore, you strode over behind him and used both hands to force him up and over to the car. I'm getting swole! This is my swole moment. I'm picking up Cove and taking him over. No, Dae! Cove put up a meager wall of resistance, but he got to his feet. He didn't want to keep being poked at. Slowly progress forward was made, until you two arrived at the driver's side car window. Baxter smiled welcomingly. Yeah, it's my moment. Hello. Hey. Cove greeted him mildly. His expression was cautious. Sup? Baxter gestured to Miranda and Terry. I just rented this car for my stay here and was coming back from a bit of sightseeing when I spotted your crowd. Yep, it's only polite. Speaking of polite, Baxter's giving us a ride. I was asking him to. What? Baxter shrugged guiltily, seeing Cove's dramatic reaction. The offer is open. And we're taking it. Okay. Yippee! Regardless of anything else, you didn't have to walk back. That's what counted, and you were grateful to Terry for arranging it. Alrighty, plan made. Let's hop in. You excitedly opened the passenger side door and buckled yourself in. The car was pristine, and you were right near the new car scented air freshener. Smelly. Oh yeah, because I was in Animal Crossing speak earlier when I got the option, but I did choose to like not meet up with Baxter right off the bat. Because I think from what I remember when doing his route, if you did pick that option, it would be kind of like more really like heavily focused on you and Baxter's friendship. Which this isn't about him right now. This is about us and Cove. But Baxter is still a part of it. It's just he just comes here at this part, which I do like. You know, it's like a nice little surprise, a nice little bonding moment that happened. You know, kind of like naturally, I guess, unexpectedly. So that's why I said, no, he's not allowed to hang out with us. Yet. He has to prove himself. And here he is, offering us a ride. Baxter will have his emo angsty moment in another storyline. Your story, your, your story is in another universe, another alternate reality. But man, I really did love his storyline though. It was very good. We love an angst storyline. Baxter had the air conditioner on cold, but low, so it was pleasantly cool inside. A nice relief from the summer sun you had been baking in all day. Your friends clambered in on and back. It definitely seemed the slightest bit squished back there.
Does that sound alright?
Welcome to my vehicle. I hope everyone is comfortable. And if someone can point me in the right direction, we can be on our way. You began to explain where you had come from. It was a pretty easy to direct him straight down the road in one turn into a parking lot. Baxter nodded from up in the driver's seat and pulled back into the road. Luckily, the street was still dead empty. It took no time at all for Baxter to park right next to Cove's car. There wasn't even enough time for a proper conversation to start. The occupants didn't seem to mind. There were smiles all around when Baxter parked next to Cove's car. Woo! Miranda clapped quietly as Terry cheered. Cove chuckled nervously. I smack him. Whack! You leaned over the divider and gave Baxter a light-hearted push on the shoulder. He hadn't been expecting it, but quickly laughed and smiled at you. The celebration seemed to amuse him. We've arrived. That was easy. Terry flung open her door and climbed out. Thanks. Everyone else exited the car as well. The group thanked Baxter with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Baxter himself got out too. Everyone congregated again in front of Baxter's and Cove's cars. Cove looked at the back of his and frowned. He'd finally discovered the wash me you'd put on it. I wonder who did that. You snickered, along with Miranda, who realized you'd been caught. It's a mystery. Who knows who it could have been? Right. And Terry bounced over to Baxter and offered her hand for a handshake. He accepted it easily with a charming grin. We can always count on you. You're too kind. It was no trouble whatsoever. I'll be keeping this car all this summer, if it suits you, Cove and Miranda. You're welcome to take my number and give me a ring whenever you're in need of another ride. Terry and Dae already have that, so you could contact one of them to reach me. I have a car. I have a car. We don't need you. Terry busted into laughter and Miranda fidgeted. She did not know what to do with that. Baxter really went fast, didn't he? He noticed her discomfort and smiled with a soft tilt of the head. I'd be happy to help again, but that's the only reason I offered. If you don't need it, you can pass on it. When her giggles subsided, Terry put a hand to her chin with brows furrowed. I wonder, would that option be available right now? You could valet us somewhere cool. Cove, be nice to the emo boy. Yes, play nice. You're not 8 years old anymore. Cove was taken aback. He put a hand on the hood of his car. Weren't we going back to the neighborhood? Wasn't Baxter going back to the neighborhood too? Why would we go somewhere else? Because we can. Miranda squirmed nervously and then committed to piping up. We could go to the park near my place. It's a really nice place to hang out. You and Cove shared a look. The big park was pretty nice. Let's do it. Baxter tapped the side of his face and thought.
It's doable.
It's doable. He glanced at Cove and then switched focus to you. Well, we have 2 cars. If some people want to go to the park, I could still take the others home, but if everyone's going, it wouldn't make sense for me not to. Let's go. You weren't ready to tag out yet. You came to a decision and turned to Cove. Let's go to the park. Alright, park time it is. Look, he was so against it, but then when I say, let's go, he's like, okay. He smiled a little. Terry cheered and Miranda nodded happily. You felt like you made a good decision. Yeah. To the car! Again! Yeah, whatever car that might be. You gestured to Cove and then to Baxter, seeing who would volunteer. Cove sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He tapped on his car's hood nervously. We can go in Baxter's, I guess. It'll be less of a pain than bringing both. We're all going to the same place. Are you okay with that, Baxter? Certainly. I meant what I said. When you need a lift, I can give it. Runs into his arms. Pick me up. Neither you nor Terry brought up any objections, and so the gang climbed back into Baxter's nice ride. This time, Baxter offered to turn on some music. After all, it would be a little bit of a drive to the park. Play what you normally would. Don't mind us. You are the driver, after all. You decide. Yeah, I would like to see what kind of stuff a guy like you is into. I hope the playlist lives up to expectations. He plugged his phone into the car with an aux cord and turned on some alternative music. With the music taken care of, Baxter pulled into in drive and pulled out of the parking lot. The lot was practically empty, but you noticed that he was careful anyways. During the trip, it changed to hard rock, punk, and even screamo. Despite his personal demeanor, he didn't seem to like upbeat tracks. He's got a lot of angst inside his body. And he lets it out by listening to the music like that. It took a while to arrive by the time you got there. The sky was golden with the orange streaks of sunset. Everyone got out of the car and started to stroll along one of the paths. You walked by the basketball court and some picnic tables, taking in the sights. Miranda seemed amazingly content, the location helping her relax in the company. She led the way, sometimes stopping here or there to point something out. Baxter turned to her and nodded along.
Not bad.
I've never been here, but I definitely see the appeal. Man, this is Randy's stopping ground. She's been coming here forever. Seriously, Miranda, have you ever had a birthday party that wasn't here? You've missed out, Baxter, because every year she has a blowout party at the park. Imagine balloons everywhere. Miranda looked down, suddenly shy again with the attention on her. She let out an awkward laugh. Yep, every year. Actually, my birthday is where I first started to really get to know Cove and Dae. She smiled and then pointed to a wide flat spot on the grass. Remember the bounce house? I remember. He chuckled, and you could practically see those old memories on his face. It was a party for the ages. You were great. Miss parties like that. Everyone's too cool for bounce houses. The group followed Miranda along to one of the picnic tables. She took a seat and Terry slid in beside her. They spent the evening chatting amongst each other. Everyone got to know Baxter a little better, although you could tell Cove and him still hadn't fully clicked. At one point, Miranda found an abandoned soccer ball and started tossing it around. To me! Miranda threw the ball to her. Terry caught it with a smile. Think fast! She chucked it at Baxter, who had only had enough time to squeak. It bounced off of his chest and he stared at it dazed. He blinked as if he needed time to process what exactly happened. But then he grinned dangerously. He rushed out of the ball and rather than throwing it back, he surprised Terry and everyone else by lobbing the ball high into the air. You bent your neck back to watch its descent in inevitable decline. Baxter hooked it with his foot and launched it up again. There were oohs and ahs from Terry and Miranda. Baxter gave them a very proper bow. When it finally fell to the ground for real, Cove was the one who picked it up. He was impressed, and he wanted in. With that, everyone was drawn to the game. It was unspoken that whoever did the fanciest trick won. My trick, I eat the ball. That is my trick. So therefore, I have to win, because nobody else can participate. Most of the game was not particularly practiced with throwing a ball, so not many of the tricks were actually good. However, there was a lot of laughter, and you got to see Miranda pull off a round off where she threw the ball with her feet, so that was cool. The sunset eventually darkened into night, and the streetlights turned on. Your group's chosen picnic table laid in a bubble of light. The occasional bug cast a shadow as they flew by. It's a little strange being here so late on a normal night. Usually that only happens if there was a party, or an important game. Or a fireworks show. Fireworks! Her yell startled Baxter, who was throwing the ball nonchalantly from hand to hand. He missed catching it and it sailed sadly back to the ground. You looked at Terry for her loud outburst. I just remembered! There's going to be a fireworks show tonight! It's in the city! At everyone's questioning look, she huffed and tried to explain further. It's some celebration for the opening of something. I don't remember what. I don't think we could get into the actual event anyways. But we should still be able to see the show if we get close. We can't keep explosions in the sky away from the public. The sky is free. There are no laws in the sky. Cove raised an eyebrow and drummed his fingers on the table below him. You want to change locations again? Wasn't the last 2 times enough? Terry rolled her eyes and then shook her head. To her, it was obvious. Don't be a wet blanket, Cove. What about you, Dae? Randy? Baxter? Don't you want to see fireworks? Yeah. It's fireworks. We gotta go. I guess they are fireworks. Alright, whatever. What's one more scene change? Yush! I knew this was a good idea. In turn, 4 sets of eyes looked to Baxter. As the driver, his answer made or broke the plan. He chuckled softly. In for a penny, in for a pound. I'll go. Generally, there's nothing better to occupy my time tonight. We better hurry or we might miss it. Cove rolled his eyes but laughed. Everyone headed back to the car yet again. Terry brought out her phone to navigate to the city and Baxter stepped on the gas. You were on your way. Tell everybody I'm on my way. Baxter drove past buildings aglow in the warm yellow light that cut through the navy black night. One office building had bright LED lights that cycled through a whole rainbow of hues. It was difficult to get through all the traffic on the road, let alone find parking this late at night. Luckily, Miranda had eagle eyes when it came to scoping out a spot. She pointed to a sedan pulling out and Baxter parked within seconds. Not wanting to miss the show, you all raced down to the waterfront walkway to find a place with a good view. What about here? Cove peered across the rails to the distance and shot her a thumbs up. It was relatively quiet, isolated. You could see skyscrapers. That was a good sign, based on where Terry thought the event was. Yes, this should work just fine. She stopped and tried to catch her breath, her hands on her knees. Miranda leaned against the wall between establishments as she recovered. Cove wasn't even breathing hard. He stood by you with a slight smile on his face. He let out a relieved sigh. Think we've missed anything? Not a chance. Nothing's happening, and we can't be so late that we missed everything. Maybe it'll start soon. And maybe it'll never start. Exciting! The spontaneity of the whole thing combined with the amazement of fireworks was a recipe for you to be bursting with anticipation. It couldn't start soon enough. Terry led Miranda to sit down on the oval slabs along the path. Miranda took a seat and began tapping her knees together as she waited. Terry, meanwhile, crouched more than sat. Baxter smiled politely and looked from you to Cove. He seemed to be waiting for one of you to speak first rather than waiting to directly start a conversation. Yeah, nobody says anything. Something seemed to strike Cove as he tried unsuccessfully to hide a smile. We're all still in swimsuits. Wearing beachwear in the middle of the city, in the dark, while waiting for a fireworks show, was clearly the joke of the day for him. Cove snorted once and then looked back up at the sky. There they are! Oh my gosh! So pretty. A flash left the sky with a brilliant green. Your eyes flew off of the building in the distance and silently watched with bated breath. You heard a second boom and a red firework lit up the night. Woo! The show's starting! It's so pretty! They came running over to get closer, positively beaming. Terry pressed herself to the waterfront fence, getting as close as physically possible without just going swimming again. More fireworks went off, shooting out hundreds of tiny sparkling lights. The colors stood out starkly against the dark of the night. The biggest ones washed your surrounding with their hue, turning your world blue, then red, and then golden. Did I deliver, or did I deliver? Myrna's eyes glittered, and she lightly bumped Terry with her hip. Good job. Terry stumbled at the friendly nudge, but was pleased with the compliment. She grinned back. Miranda lightly swung her hips the opposite way to give you a bump as well. It was friendly and soft. We did it! You gave her a little push and turn with a laugh. I'm so pleased we didn't get to miss it. We finally made it here. Despite how unorthodox the impromptu fireworks plan had been, you were ecstatic it worked out. Luckily, you arrived in time and it was shaping up to be a particularly colorful fireworks show. The rest of the group huddled around the railing to take in the show as closely as possible. Myrna stood close by, Terry's hands gripped the top, Cove laid his arms across it while leaning forward, and Baxter rested his elbows on the rail, putting his back towards the fireworks. He seemed to have more fun watching the others than the actual show. Ooh! She pointed out at a golden firework and beamed. Ah, that's so cool! Terry held up a hand for a high five and Miranda obliged her. Terry whooped and shot you a smile. What color do you think the next one will be? Without giving Baxter a glance, Cove answered immediately. Green. It was orange. Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in calling Cove out for being wrong. Is that your favorite color? Green. It's one of them. I think that's nice. It matches you. And is yours black? That's one of them. Cove smirked just a little. I love the conversation there. Oh my gosh, I remember going through one of Baxter's moments in Step 3 when we went to the cabin and we went out to go hiking and he was wearing khaki. God. I'll never forget that. It's like, why are you wearing that? My boy's starting to get along. Finally. You're getting along. Cove's not trying to actively kill him. Bless. Slow burned. Cove looked away from the fireworks and grinned at you. He was glad to be spending time with you and tilted his head at the spectacular multicolored firework above. I think that's been my favorite so far. The pants, yeah, exactly. Baxter's khaki pants. He's like, listen, I can explain. It's like, nothing will be able to explain this. He shot you another look and nodded, wanting you to move up closer. In front of him, you could see the nice lights reflect on the... In front of him? You gonna hug me from behind? Oh god. He leaned your body against him. You rested against his side and let yourself relax. He felt solid and sturdy beside you. It was comfortable. You took a moment to watch him and the fireworks reflected in his eyes. Cove grinned like a kid. Oh my gosh. We're so in love, but we don't know it yet. Cove's gaze drifted from the show of the dazzling lights straight at you, and he sighed dreamily. You didn't know when you'd last seen him so blissful. Just kissed already. The spectacle continued to up the ante by bringing more fireworks out at a time. The colors danced across the sky and reflected over the water. You reached out a hand and watched as it was tinted green while a big boom sounded. Fireworks were a normal summer tradition, but this was admittedly an unconventional approach. Showing up in the city last minute to watch a display from a technically private event, it made this feel special in a way that just planning to go to a public fireworks show never would. And Terry's idea may not have left you with a lot of time to prepare, but it sure led to a unique situation. It was clear this was an unforgettable night. As the finale sounded, blazing the sky with unbelievable beauty, you remember thinking that there might never be a night exactly like this once again. Not for the rest of your life. You planned to hold on to the feelings you had in that moment for as long as you could. Ah, we love that. Friendship, you both know it. You just won't do anything about it. Me at the TV throwing a popcorn. I know you both love each other. Do something. How could you do this? Soon. Soon we will. Before now, we still have to milk it. We still have a whole another anime season to go through. Another anime season. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can count like each moment like an anime season. Not a moment, step, pretty much. We gotta get through this season. And then finale of next season. Nope. Spoilers. But alrighty. We're gonna do reflection. I mentioned this last time, but I thought reflection was actually kind of like a nice one to do last in step 3, because it kind of like tied in like Ko's whole like story together at the end. Like he finally got like a little bit of closure with his like parents' divorce and like the accident that happened that gave him like his broken arm, you know? Like, I didn't really realize it when I would play it all those times before, because I would usually use like either like Drive or Charity as like the last one. Mostly Charity as the last one. But this time I was thinking, like, you know what? I think Reflection might be, you know, kind of slept on a little bit. Yes, indeed. We still have yet another season of slow burn. But at least it'll be the final season. Right, it's time. Let's reflect on the past. Oh my god, so pretty. After finishing breakfast at the Holden's house, you and Cove had retreated to his room to relax before starting the day in earnest. Perhaps you would take it easy for the whole afternoon. Oh, I like that. I always use happiness, but reflection makes so much sense. Yeah. I mean, of course, there's no right or wrong way to, like, play, like, the moments that words. It's truly, like, how you see, like, your story in your head going. So mine just always, like, ended with Charity. Like, I feel like Charity's, like, a really good one to use when, like, at the end when you're doing like the romance route, if you want to confess in that one. I think that one's pretty good, because that's what I did in my very first playthrough, and I was like, oh my god. My heart. But I can see like happiness being a good one too, because it's also like really like showcasing like your and Cove's friendship. Like it, and all the moments do, but like that one really took a focus on it. Like showed how much you were important. You are important to Cove, and he wants you to be happy. So that's a good one too. Yeah, I just kind of like I said, I've been kind of sleeping on Reflection. I think this one would be like a good one to do for at least this one. In this playthrough. Neither of you had plans exactly, so you were free to do whatever came to mind. Nice to look at the fish. There were tiny ones darting away as soon as they came into view, and big ones drifting aimlessly along. You let your attention wander from one to another, their movements lulling you into a trance. Even with your mind elsewhere, you could tell Ko was similarly at ease. He had his chin propped up with one hand as he scrolled through his phone. A burst of laughter broke the silence. We professional storytellers, we are the professionals here. Hooking your attention and bringing you back to the present, you looked at Ko for an explanation. His eyes, now crinkled with mirth, were still locked on his screen. Are you gonna let me in on the joke? What's so funny? Tell me. He finally looked up at you, smirking. Dad scanned some old photos. You know. He drew a rectangle in the air with a phone freehand. Printed out ones, back from when I was little. He texted it all to me last night, I guess. I've been checking them out. Oh, you were looking at kitty photos and didn't tell me? Cope narrowed his eyes. Smile still bent. I was gonna show you. Just wanted to look at it first to make sure there was nothing super embarrassing. You never know with my dad. He grimaced, envisioning what horrors his dad might unwittingly spring on him. What if there's a photo of me getting potty trained or something? Kid pictures are supposed to be embarrassing. That's part of the fun. He was holding out on you, but your protest was of no use. Ko only cleared his throat nervously, the fear of his dad's well-meaning actions still looming large in his mind. Anyway, before we forget, I was laughing because I came across a Halloween one from when I was 8. The year was a zombie, remember? He shook his head, grinning wryly while holding the phone out to you. You walked over and took a seat on the bed next to him to get the full view. Let's see it. Ah! He's so cute. Hello, zombie. I never even liked zombies. All I wanted was to show off my new scar, and it needed to be something scary. I couldn't be a normal person who had a scar, according to my 8-year-old mind. I was a little dork. You're still a dork. You were. You still are. Dad really wanted to be useful as usual. Can't believe the idea of being an undead person. It's pretty good, huh? Yeah, the cutest zombie. Yes. He's so cute. Mm. I remember you getting lots of extra candy when the dolls realized that the scar was real. Must have been the greatest Halloween haul ever. Now nobody cares. Cove chuckled at your reply. Can't believe how much larger my scar used to be. Yeah, it's a little baby. You can kind of see it. Right there. He looked down at his arm, a soft smile on his face, and traced what remained of the jagged line with his fingers, just as you'd seen him do countless times before. His voice was playful when he spoke again. Look at how tiny it is now. How am I pretend to be tough without a big scar? I mean, Cove, you've never fooled anyone. Look at you. You're too precious. It's a definite blow to your street cred. It still looks cool. You better not do anything stupid to get a new scar, he joked, wagging a finger at him. It's a definite blow. You don't have to say it, even if it's true. Cove smiled bashfully, pleased with his joke, and ducked his head to look away from you. His fingers were still tracing the scarred patch of skin. I really do like having this, even if it is kind of a little these days. His voice was shy, like he was letting you in on a big secret. I like yours too. Like my scar? You beamed, touched by his earnestness. Are we a pair of tough cookies? Cove turned back to face you fully, finally letting go of his scar. He was happy. That mark was a part of him and clearly held meaning for Cove. Can I touch it? He blinked, taken aback by the request, but nodded easily.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. We don't just reach out and touch it. We gotta ask for permission. It's his body. Carefully, you brought the tips of your fingers to the pale line of skin. Back when you were younger, it had seemed so very present on Cove's form. Now it was hardly wider than the fingers you traced along it, and equally non-threatening. Cove gave you an awkward, wobbly smile as you continued to pat down his arm. You wondered if it tickled. He snickered at the face he made, then pulled away, grinning at Cove. You felt good knowing you were both fully comfortable with each other. Your eyes drifted back to the scar on Cove's arm. The scar had been there as long as you'd known Cove, though when you'd first met it, it had actually been concealed by that neon pink cast. Do you want to hear how it happened? How it was hurt? Oh, he read the mind. You were initially stunned that he guessed what you were thinking, though given the topic of conversation in the direction of your gaze, it was a natural conclusion to reach. Not bothered by your reaction, Cove continued with a shrug. I don't mind telling you, it's nothing special. He rubbed the back of his neck, grinning sheepishly. Mostly it's just really dumb. You nodded. That was something you'd like to hear more about, especially knowing that no lasting harm had come of it. Cove stared into the distance, lips parted as he readied the story in his mind. So me, my dad, and mom were at a party. I don't know if it was a casual get-together or a specific celebration. I hope it wasn't for something meaningful, considering how I ended it. Party crasher in the worst way possible. He winced and managed a bashful smile. Anyway, my mom and dad were off doing stuff, talking to people, I guess. I was with the other non-adults. Most of them were older than I was. Maybe all of them were? His frown furrowed as he tried to recall dusty memories, then she shrugged again and continued. The older kids were taking turns on the jet skis. There weren't enough for everyone to ride at once, so in between turns they were hanging out on the shore. I was meant to just sit there with them and watch. Remember when you first met Cove, you bet that he hadn't been satisfied with that arrangement. He confirmed that suspicion. I was pretty unhappy. It wasn't a party for me, not when all I could do was look at other people have fun when I couldn't. The teens must have realized that, though I never hid when I was pouting as a kid. Only when you were a kid? Cove bristled with embarrassment. It looked pretty sulky to you. Come on, let me finish the story. Alright, go on. Cove sighed, letting go of the interruption and picking up where he left off.
Well,
Basically, someone offered to let me ride. I was way too small to drive it myself, but this older kid, they must have been at least 16, said I could sit in front of them while they controlled the jet ski. I knew I wasn't supposed to do anything like that. Still, I figured my parents were doing whatever they wanted, so why couldn't I? I nodded at the person, and I remember the other teens helping me onto the jet ski, along with the one driving. We sped off into the water. Cove smiled widely and wistfully. It was amazing. At first. My hair was flying everywhere as we zoomed away from the shore. I loved being out on the water like that. Too bad it turned out steering a jet ski with an 8-year-old sat on your lap was harder than a bunch of kids had figured it would be. The team tried their best, but they couldn't keep control for long. We got spun around and we went right into the sand. He sucked in a deep breath. The other person wasn't hurt. Thankfully, they held onto the bars and stayed in their seat. I didn't. I was thrown at full speed into a rocky part of the shore near the dock. I must have tried to brace for impact or catch myself because my arm is what I mostly landed on. He looked down at the limb in question. You could see him visualizing the long-healed injury. It was pretty torn up. After that, it's hazy for me. I got taken to the hospital. I didn't feel a lot of pain when it first happened. All I remember is thinking about how I was covered in sand and the grains were uncomfortable. The sand was uncomfortable? Cove chuckled. I know, right? I did start feeling my arm later. It definitely hurt eventually. Yeah, that's adrenaline for you. I never experienced it, but I can hear that adrenaline. You know? I'm not sure how to like really describe it. Like a phenomenon that like makes it so that your body doesn't like really feel the pain at first until later on. People come in, oh, I feel fine. They're like arms like half hanging off. Hey, you won't for long. The doctor said my arm was broken, along with being torn open. That's how I ended up getting my pink cast. I smelled nostalgically. That color seemed just nice and happy at the time. It brightened the mood, so I picked it. The smile faded. He finished the story with a sigh, his eyes downcast. I feel bad I did any of that. I hope whoever that teen was, they weren't traumatized by seeing a little kid go flying to the ground. They're just trying to do a nice thing. Oh, you know they are. You know they still lay awake at night thinking about that. It's like, oh my god, I fucked up a kid. I fucked up. I broke a kid's arm. And they're still thinking about it to this day, even though he's now 18. And fine. Go threw his arms out to the side dramatically. I wish I knew who they were so I could give them a call and say I'm still in one piece. But yeah, that's the full story. I'm so glad you were both okay in the long run. What is all that happened? You laughed at what a terrible idea it had been. How could you be so reckless? I was 8. But I'm glad you're both alright. That's the important thing. Cove sighed again, the regret written plainly on his face. He was a failure, and that's just the truth. He smiled flatly. But to my credit, I think I've grown a lot since then. Wait. Cove's eyes went completely wide. Suddenly reinvigorated, he seized his phone and tapped away at the screen. What's up? I knew it. You weren't sure that he'd heard you, but he set his phone down and turned to face you directly. His face was resolute. Though the glow of the screen was no longer reflected in his eyes, they seemed to sparkle even brighter than before. My neurodivergent butt probably still would be haunted by it. Yeah, I mean, mine would too. I would never get over it. This trauma is real. Like, even if, like, in this situation, if they did have my number and they call later on and be like, hey, just want to let you know I'm okay, and I don't really, like, blame you for the situation or anything like that, and, you know, it's all good, it happens, I'd still be laying there like, oh, they're so nice, and I did that to them, you know? Like, I caused that. Never get over it. Closure is not an option. Just trauma. Dae, we're adults. We can decide things for ourselves now. Okay. The age requirement to rent a jet ski in California is 18. We could totally do it. Yes! No! Let's use our adult powers for a jet skiing adventure. You wanna break another bone? It's like a threat. But hell yeah. Cove beamed, pumping in the air with both fists. Definitely the act of someone mature enough to run a vehicle. Alright! Within a moment, Cove had recovered and returned to his serious expression from before. I'll be careful, and I really want you to be there when I try again. Please? Okay, I'll be the one to take you to the hospital when you work your other arm. His voice was soft and earnest. You could tell how much the request meant to him. You also knew him enough to know that he wasn't going to give up on this idea. Letting him go on his own wasn't an option. Of course I'll be there. I wouldn't miss it. I'll be interested in trying jet skiing. Perk perked up at once. A grin stretched wide across his face. He was practically bouncing in place. Oh, that rhymed. A little poem. Let's go. You got up and worked as a team together everything you needed for the trip. Cove's other aquatic hobbies came in handy, and he was quickly kitted out with everything he needed other than the jet skis themselves. I mean, his dad does kind of own, like, a scuba shop, so he's got to have, like, at least most stuff he would need. You needed to run back home briefly, having dressed and prepared for a day that didn't involve jet skiing, but soon enough you were both ready and jumping into Cove's car. As you got in, you learned that Cove had used the brief time apart to locate a rental store on his phone. You caught his eyes, you clicked your seatbelts into place. Excited, you held out a hand. Cove slapped it in a high five before setting off. You and Cove soon arrived. The ocean was perfectly inviting today. The deep blue of the water glittered under the clear sky, with the tide rolled in and out at its leisure. I'm so excited for this! Yippee! Let's do it! Seeing how pleased you were, Ko grinned at you. Oh, hey, want to say hi to my dad while we're here? I've already texted my mom about the plan. He's working right now. You remembered how close his shop was. It wouldn't take long, even by walking. Yeah, let's go brighten his day with our cheery faces. Mr. Holden was a great guy, so you were happy to check in on him.
Sorry.
Thanks. Sorry, it might be kind of awkward when he hears why we're here, but it should be alright. I mean, my parents forgave me a long time ago for that amazing stunt. I don't want to be scared off jet skiing for my whole life because of it. You wonder which of you Cove was attempting to reassure. It was only a short walk back to the dock to Mr. Holden's scuba shop. Cove breezed in, as familiar with the store as he was with his own home. The place was quiet, empty aside from a couple of customers quietly browsing and Cove's dad behind the counter. Mr. Holden looked up, his friendly expression spreading into a grin when he saw who had just entered.
Hey.
Hi, Dae. Hey, sport. What brings you all the way out here? He cast an eye at the way the two of you were dressed. Judging by how you're decked out, I'm guessing scuba diving? There's plenty here for that. What can I help you with? Cove chuckled, amused by how quickly his dad seized on a favorite topic. Or maybe it was how his dad always fell over himself trying to be useful. Hi, Dad. We're not doing that this time. We sort of decided to go rent a couple of jet skis. The phrase jet skis had set Mr. Holden's mouth into a taut line immediately. Uh-oh. His trauma. It's resurfacing. Jet skis. He echoed the words as his eyes instinctively darted the scar on Cove's arm. It's covered, though. That's when... Mr. Holden started to speak several times, each attempt quickly abandoned. Cove smiled encouragingly, trying not to add to his father's worries. I promise I'll be careful, and Dae will be there too. We can always look out for each other. Yeah, I can break my arm this time. Just kidding. How you really think these arms are easy to break? Mr. Holden pinched his face back into an unconvincing smile. Alright, you're a whole lot bigger now than you were back then. Heck, you can even drive a car and everything. I'm sure you and Dae will have plenty of fun. The worry still echoed out in his voice, barely concealed by the positive words, but Cope was buoyed by his father's support. Yeah, we're all set. We only stopped by to say hi and let you know, since we're over here. Mr. Holden beamed, obviously moved by his son's simple consideration. Well, you're so thoughtful. Thanks for taking the time. Dad, you don't need to thank me for that. Mr. Holden simply laughed at his son's response. It'd be great if you could keep me in the loop while you're out there, too. Just text me to let me know if it's going well, or anything. I will. His dad smiled more easily.
Hey.
Covered his arm, causing Mr. Horn's eyes to momentarily twitch back to the childhood injury. We're going to head out. See you later. Take care. Don't work too hard. Mr. Holden waved you off as you left the store. The pair of you headed back to the docks, walking side by side. After your feet hit the boards, Cove's pace fell. Glancing over, you saw him looking down, out over the water. That wouldn't have been unusual if his expression had been so somber. He wasn't geared up with anticipation or even nervousness, but with an uncharacteristic lethargy. Something was weighing heavy on his mind. You're going to walk right off into the sea if you don't pay attention. Huh? He blinked, startled by you interrupting his rumination.
Sorry.
He sighed. Though you torn his attention from the ocean, it gradually drifted back to the water. You cleared your throat, unwilling to lose him again. Sorry. Again. He put his hands to his face, rubbing his eyes wearily. Here I go, thinking everything's resolved with what's happened, and we can have fun. But I can't just enjoy anything. Had to find something else that gets stuck in my head. Oh my gosh, I feel that so hard. Like, there's just some days where it's like, I'm gonna have fun now, and then get bad thought. It's like, ugh, I can't let myself have fun now. You're having second thoughts about jet skiing? No, that's not it. The ends of his lips were drawn into the beginning of a frown. Like gray clouds clustering to signal a coming storm. I thought it said gravy clouds. I was like, ooh, delicious. I figured my dad would be a little worried about me doing it, but what he was saying, it wasn't what I'd expected. He was so sad. It was more than nervous. He still hasn't moved on from the incident, seems like, as much as you had. I think he feels bad. And now I feel bad. But it isn't as if I'm the only one who ever does something stupid or gets hurt. Got me thinking about that whole time. When I realized it wasn't long after that accident that my parents separated. Hadn't you noticed that? No, continue. Did you know that you were the reason for your parents' divorce? As a kid, I didn't think about the consequences of my actions, you know? Or how what I did impacted other people. Like, why should anyone care? I'm the one doing it, not them. It made no sense, and I still cared when other people did things I didn't like, but I was 8 and mostly just mad that nothing felt like it was in my control. You could tell that he was building up to something, so you nodded for him to continue. I was pretty difficult to deal with because of that attitude, but looking back, I think that's what saved me from something a lot of kids go through. Blaming themselves for their parents' divorce. It never crossed my mind that anything I did made a difference to my mom and dad's relationship. They would do what they did no matter what. Now though, I guess it's kind of hard to ignore that thought, huh? The situation was already so hard, and I wasn't a good kid, so... He left his words adrift as he looked down. The conclusion had unfinished. It was silent between you. But only for a second. Cove pulled himself up to his full height, his chin held aloft. Whatever he decided, he was resolute. I'm going back. I've got to talk to my dad. I'm not going to let things be like before, where I just feel crappy and refuse to even tell him what's going on. That doesn't work for either of us. Oh my gosh, character development! Cove has achieved communication skills. You can go ahead if you want. I won't mind. I still really want to do this, and I'm sure it'll be okay. No, I'll stay with you. We also got for each other, remember? Cove smiled gently, having wanted that deep down. Thanks. Let's go. You and Cove retook your steps down into the docks once more, heading back to Mr. Holden's scuba shop. The customers you'd spotted in there before were now leaving the store, new bags clutched in their hands. You hoped that this would mean Cove could have his conversation without a public audience. But they'd get a show, though, for free. This time Cove strode inside the shop with purpose. Mr. Holden, still at the counter, glanced up to greet whoever had come inside. He grinned as you approached. Hello again. Forget something? Sort of. I forgot to resolve trauma. Cove had reached the counter now. You needed to rush just to keep up with him as he crossed the show floor. Mr. Horn raised an eyebrow, taking in Cove's shift in attitude, and chose his next words with care. Is everything alright? Cove swallowed, not answering initially. Talking openly with his dad was still somewhat new for the son. You knew that he was struggling for the right way to begin. I wanted to ask about what happened. Mr. Horn winced as if the words had struck him physically. The accident? No, the divorce. He's like, what? The pain expression fell from Mr. Horn's face. Wide-eyed, his jaw slack. He gaped at Cove. Why? Cove glanced over his shoulder at you. As your eyes met, you saw him draw confidence by having you by his side. He turned back to his father. I want to know the truth. His tone was grave. Did me getting into the accident hurt your marriage? If I hadn't done it, would you and Mom have gotten along better? No, hell no. Mr. Holden quashed his suggestions with a gravity you rarely heard in his voice. You were 8 years old. You're not responsible in any way. Kira and I should have protected you. I can understand why you're feeling that. What happened was so horrible. How could it not have an impact? It did. It was a reflection of us as parents. The relationship between just your mom and me was separate and already unsalvageable. Cove turned away, his brow still furrowed as he looked at the floor. Maybe I'm being anxious and it's taking over, but it wasn't just then. I always cause problems. He plowed on, unwilling to give up without explaining his worries. What if I'd been easier to raise? Or if you had me later on? Maybe if you didn't have me at all, it might have been better for the two of you. If I didn't have you, then what good would my life be? Mr. Horn didn't let the words hang unchallenged in the air for even a second. He hurried over to Cove, taking his son's arms in his hands. Cove, listen. There's only one person to blame for things not working, and that's me. Cove opened his mouth to speak, but Mr. Horn forced on, determined to erase any question in Cove's mind. I'm not saying this to dishonestly push accountability off on someone else or to throw a pity party for myself. You want to know the truth, so that's what I'm giving you. Your father is the reason our family couldn't stay together. You think you caused trouble? You should have seen me at your age. You're such a good kid. I can hardly believe how good you are. Mr. Horn's eyes were misty as he squeezed his son's arms. There's nothing, absolutely nothing you need to blame yourself for. I'm sorry, Cove. To you and to Kira. Mom? Yeah, your mom. His pained face eased slightly into a bittersweet smile. Kira, she was just so smart and driven and completely bursting with life. It was as if she could do anything. You know, there wasn't a single solitary person who didn't want even a piece of her attention. Just to catch her eye for a moment. But for some crazy reason, she had a soft spot for my 17-year-old screw-up self. That's when we first met. Though it definitely took some time before I managed to ask her out on a date. Mr. Horton shook his head, the smile melting as his recollection became solemn once more. And then we'd only been officially together for about 6 months when we found out we were having a baby. I was so worried, so scared. But she was so brave. She was my rock. We both knew the road ahead was going to be rockier. When we got married, I didn't see it as a dream come true. I wasn't about to start living my life in the only way I could imagine doing so. I thought what happened, happened, and throwing my cards in with a girl like her was worth a risk. He grimaced, the sentence sour in his mouth, regretting his past perspective. I've been taking care of myself on my own, and getting by. And all of a sudden I was going to have a wife and a child.
That's...
So I thought, alright, I'd better step things up and take care of all of us. And that's what I did. Sort of. Getting very eepy now. Hope you have a nice dream. Okay, thank you, Pepsi. And good night. Have some good sleep and get some good dreams. Did I read that? I can never remember. Yours eyes. I made money, kept a roof over our heads, and put food on the table. But I was always busy, focused on taking care of things. And I didn't stop to consider what anyone else was thinking or what they actually needed. I made every decision about what I did, and as a result, what happened to the family. By myself. Never asking what your mom felt or even wondering if she might have an opinion. I tell Kira about the great place I'd found and how we'd be moving there in the same breath. Or that I'd spent all our savings and taken out a loan to start this business we're standing in, and even more nonsense. Anything I felt I needed to do, I did. Kira couldn't even ask where I'd been all day without me rolling my eyes, like she was being a nag. I was making sure we didn't starve, obviously, right? Couldn't she trust me? He sighed. His head hung low. She went to school part-time while raising you. Really knuckling down, but that didn't matter to me back then. She could have spent her days lying in bed, not dying, and I would have felt the same. I didn't care. I was going to get it all done on my own, either way. It's so stupid. I admired her more than anyone when there was nothing at stake. Yet as soon as responsibilities were involved, I couldn't let myself rely on her. It's all that, probably like that. You gotta be a man and take care of the family mindset, you know? That kind of society puts on men. It's like, you gotta go out there and you gotta get a job and you gotta get money. Everybody's relying on you, and if you can't do it by yourself, you're worthless. Getting a little deep there. But that's my headcanon, you know? Combed a hand through his hair, searching for an understanding of his own younger self. I'm not even sure why. Maybe I had something to prove. Maybe I'm the one who didn't trust her in the end. Poor Kira. She had to spend every day mentally weighing the pros and cons of putting up with my horrible ideas for the sake of peace or trying to explain to my blockheaded self what I was doing wrong. It must have been so stressful and frustrating. Constantly having to let everything go because I was stubborn and absolutely would make a fight out of it. He snorted bitterly. I was definitely stuck in my head a lot those days. Our relationship at that point was made of arguments and cool tolerance, but I still genuinely didn't see a divorce coming. We'd made it through the first few years, and after that I never really considered it ending. It was just how life was. In retrospect, it's clear Kira kept thinking on it more every year. Especially because she managed to finish her journalism degree, with us being more stable. Financially, that is. She thought of everything. She even timed it right when your school ended for the year, so the process would hopefully be all set up before you had to worry about class again. We were already talking about it before the accident ever happened. I know I took it really hard, being a sad sack all around the neighborhood, but even that is unfair to me. When it shook out, I'm the one who got everything. Kira didn't want to leave you, Cove. She never would have. I'm certain she felt like she had no choice but to end the relationship. The business was doing really well by then, so I had an easier time making a living. She was between jobs, and when she did get a new job, it meant that she'd be traveling all the time. That's why she willingly accepted me having full custody. She didn't get to be there with her child for so many moments, and you had to spend half of your life growing up without your mother, and it's my fault. Mr. Holden closed his eyes briefly as he took a breath. So that's it. The story of Cliff and Kira's marriage. Not exactly a fairy tale, but I want to be clear. Tell's grip on Cove's arms tightened. No matter what happened with me and her, I'd never, ever want to miss out on being your dad. Cove's throat bobbed as he swallowed. His eyes glistened, glossy with tears that had yet to fall. He blinked quickly, trying to hold them back. Thank you for telling me. That is so sweet, though. I never want to miss out on being your dad. Just a good parent. His voice was hoarse, a little more than a whisper. Mr. Holden brought a hand up to his face and lightly nudged Cove's chin. You're welcome. You're a grown-up now, right? You deserve the truth. That's the least I can do for you. Cove managed a fragile smile. Thank you for taking care of me. For all of it. Mr. Holden brushed the compliment off with a wave of his hand.
No worries.
It was nothing. Look at where we ended up. I've got this whole entire store, a house, friends here, a very thoughtful son. That's all good for me.
I'm so glad.
His voice was still quiet, and he ducked his head shyly after saying the words. Mr. Holden patted him on the back. You could see the tears in Cove's eyes still shining, threatening to spill over. Mr. Holden put an arm around his shoulders, gently steering him towards the door. You should go have fun. Make some nice memories. Cove's gaze flicked over to you. The watery smile on his face solidified. Alright. Good. Now out you go. Mr. Horn nudged the two of you out of the shop. You both walked silently as you made your return to the docks. Cove's face was pensive, clearly still digesting everything his dad said. Yeah, his dad just kind of did give him, like, his whole, like, marriage story to him right there. And that is how your mom and I came to a divorce. Okay, go have fun now. It's like, okay. Like, how do you exactly, like, bounce back from that so quickly? It's impossible. You made him cry? I didn't do anything. Why are you laughing about it? Oh my gosh, you made him cry? Teehee. No, I didn't make him cry. His dad made him cry because his dad pretty much like, I love you, Cove. I'm so glad I got to be your dad. And Cove was like, oh, feelings. That's what happened. I didn't do anything. Yeah, in this moment, you as the character kind of like take a step back and you're mostly just kind of like playing through like Cove's story. You don't really get to contribute like too much to this one, but you know what? It's still a good moment to have. Like I mean, you get to contribute to like all of the moments besides like this one. So it's nice to get like Cove's story. Why I never get that? Damn. Not the scam. My jeez. He finally sighed, catching your attention. He hesitantly reached for the bag he had brought and raised it up. I want to call my mom. I'm not gonna leave her out of things. I want to know what she thinks about what happened and all of that. He fiddled with the straps of his bag and still remained closed shut. It's not like I don't trust Dad. It's just Mom's thoughts are important too. That's not a bad idea. I bet she'd have some interesting things to add. He seemed relieved that you understood. You knew he didn't want to be a bother with another delay. Thanks. Then I guess there's no time like the present. Time to ask. Caught my hair on my headset. With that mini pep talk, he finally opened his bag and found his phone. Cove unlocked it quickly and tapped over to his favorite contacts. He called up his mom and put the phone on speaker as it dialed. Hey, mommy, his favorite? Aw. Kira must have had her phone close because she answered almost immediately. This is a pleasant surprise. I thought you'd be getting back to me later. That's rough, buddy. Thanks. Hey, Mom. He paused for a second, and then looked at you. You're on speakerphone with Dae too. Hello. Oh, hello, hello. I'm popular today. Now, Kira is popular. We love Kira. Which one am I talking about? Tee. Well, what's going on? Don't keep me in suspense. Are you a pro jet skier already? Cove chuckled and scratched the back of his head. We haven't started yet. Actually, there's something I kind of want to ask you about. God damn it with the name. Yeah. Now you'll never know who we're talking about. We haven't... Oh, yeah.
Really?
I'm intrigued. Her voice was bright and excited. Cove... She's excited for now. We'll wait until the question comes. Cove moved the phone closer to his face so he could speak softly, and aware that the tone of conversation was about to change. I was like, what did I do this time? You became a mother to a child that you lost custody for. That's what you did. And you also got flesh as well, apparently. I was talking to Dad earlier. It was about your relationship and why you both divorced. Ah. Ah. That one syllable had lost all her earlier energy. Cove tightened his grip on his phone. It does make sense that the past would come up today. Yeah, but... He tried to brighten up the mood again. You weren't used to him being the perky one of the two. You could only imagine it felt like a strange role reversal for him. Dad said you were really amazing. He admired you a lot. What a flatterer. I need to buy some cigarettes. No, come back, please. It's important to have this conversation with your boy. She sighed wistfully, and you could hear some interference. Maybe she had shaken her head. You couldn't tell for sure. Oh, Cliff. He bungled himself through regular, everyday adulting and social situations in astoundingly charming ways. Yet somehow at the exact same time, he was an ambitious, slightly shady, under-the-table type of man when it came to making his living in the world. So essentially, your father was an absolute heartthrob for someone such as myself. Cove and Kira laughed delicately. The tension was broken into something lighter, more familiar between the two. Yeah, I wonder if he got his money through, like, card games and such like that, because he is a card shark. It's cool you both have nice things to say about each other. I agree, baby. She took a moment before continuing carefully. Do you have questions about what happened? I'm not sure. Ko squinted at the phone in his hands as he tried to think, his free hand brushing through his hair. I just kind of wanted to know how you describe what it was like. Could I tell you what Dad said about it? I don't think Cliff would mind. Whatever he told you is probably what he'd say to me. Alright, go for it. After taking a break, Cove recapped Cliff's experience, doing his best to follow his dad's story. He went into a surprising amount of detail and not a single thing was missed. Kira listened on in absolute silence, letting her son speak without interruption. When Cove finished, he took another deep inhale of air. So, what do you think? Honestly, good for him for remembering that, because, I don't know, if I was in a situation like that, I feel like, it's so, like, sensitive and, like, vulnerable. I feel like my mind would, like, automatically, like, stop paying attention. Because I'd be, like, trying to, like, get out. I was like, oh, I feel uncomfortable. I don't want to listen anymore, you know? And it wasn't me, like, it's not intentional. It's, like, unintentionally happening. So I go back, I was like, I didn't listen. I'm sorry. My brain said, no, it's too much, you know? So go for him. Kira sighed softly. You heard a clacking noise like she was drumming her nails on the back of her phone or on a countertop. That definitely sounds like Clifford. It's not exactly wrong, but he doesn't have a total picture. He puts the emphasis on the wrong places, I think.
Huh?
What do you mean? For starters, Cliff unsurprisingly downplayed himself more than he had to. He did? Cope's eyebrows raised, and his face continued to inch even closer to the screen. Well, since your dad was so praising of me, it's only fair to return the favor. When Cliff said he was already taking care of himself when he met me, he means he was on his own. Cliff's own parents weren't and still aren't friendly people. They've always had a combative relationship, though him getting into drinking and gambling as a teenager certainly didn't help. Oh yeah, they do mention that it was gambling. He knew they'd kick him out at 18, so he saved them the trouble and left home at 17. He always found a way to make it work, even without support. I met a few months after that. We head off right away. It was exactly what I wanted back then. We dated, and then about half a year later, bam! You were on the way, Cove. She laughed fondly as Cove clung to every word. I was really optimistic about it all. I couldn't wait to be a mother, and I was more than happy that Cliff was the father who'd be along for the ride. We got married quick, before you were born. Cliff's recollection of our wedded dynamic is pretty spot on. He was extremely stubborn and just, well, immature. Highly, highly immature. Her voice raised slightly, and you got the feeling she was thinking back to her memories living with him. She left the specifics unspoken. But it's not like I was grown up either. Everyone, except maybe Cliff, could see our relationship was no good, or at least not good enough to get to commit to. I knew, but I still didn't want to give it up. I wanted to keep the family together. I thought that if we divorced or were never together, then we'd ruin your life, Cove. Obviously that wasn't true. I just didn't have enough experience at the time to realize there wasn't only one option for us. Maybe things would still have been easier on you if we had split when you were still a baby, but it took me years to start figuring it all out. Cove nodded, even if his mom couldn't see it, thinking hard about something. He was likely remembering his own experiences back then. We were married, but never seriously loved each other. We hardly knew each other. Yeah, I mean, that was only 6 months. Then they had to get a baby, so they kind of did have to, like, just jump into it automatically. I don't mind that Cliff never viewed marrying me as some kind of dream come true. I also just appreciate they tried giving my hastily made life plan a shot. I was the one who proposed, after all. Got down on one knee and everything. Oh, girl boss. She huffed slightly, thinking between something between a chuckle and a sigh. It's very funny and a little sad that Cliff still doesn't know why things changed between us. It's so obvious to me, and I guess he does know deep down, just never consciously made the connection. Not even mad he didn't stay the same towards me. Love makes everything different. But you said... I know what I said. She interrupted before Cove could even finish his blurted-out interjection. I don't mean Cliff and I. We're just two kids in a relationship that only ever worked when it was at its easiest. And then you were born. Little Cove James Holden. I loved you immediately, and so did your father. Cove was stunned. His eyes started watering as his mouth clamped shut. The inclination we had towards each other paled in the face of that. Our love to you was the real deal. Cliff was the proudest papa. Then in turn, true Cove fashion, tears began to fall. He stayed silent, but you were pretty sure Kira knew the effect her words had on her son. No matter how much time passed, Cliff never got over how amazing it was that such a precious little boy was his. I should have taken pictures of how he'd puff up whenever someone referred to you as his son. She sounded much cheerier now. A slight smile crept on Cove's face, despite his tears. Then again, he still does that now. Hi, Ash. You're welcome. Hope you're doing well. We're having a little deep moment here. Cove here trying to gain insight on his parents' divorce. It wasn't hard to imagine Mr. Horn lighting up around baby Cove the same way he did with 18-year-old Cove. I remember how, when a real argument started brewing, Cliff had a habit of walking away to cool off. He wasn't able to handle it. His son seems to have taken after him in that way. You heard her chuckle, and Cove looked down, a blush clear on his cheeks. You could just feel her smirk through the phone. She breezed over the next section airily. For our whole relationship, he always ended fights by skipping out on me for who knew how long. I don't think even Cliff knew when he'd come back. That stopped when you were born. Cliff stopped running. He was still gone a lot for work, and we still had fights, but he wouldn't leave. Instead, he'd go to your room, Cove. If you were asleep, he'd just sulk on the ground by your crib until you woke up. Achoo! Achoo! I sneezed. Sometimes he'd pace the room while holding you or sit on the floor and rock you. He'd stay with you until one of us decided we were ready to talk again. Thank you! We didn't have a lot of furniture back then. That's part of the reason why Cliff was always hanging out on the floor. He really came to embrace it. When our relationship had got bad enough that we didn't want to share a bed anymore, he always made sure I got to have the mattress. He instead set up a spot in the corner of the nursery just in case you needed anything through the night. He gave you a more private space when you got bigger, but he still always made sure he could be there for you. There's no denying, whether Cliff understands or not, he made his choices without prioritizing me. But it wasn't that he suddenly hated me. To Cliff, I was only a wife on paper. In his mind, I was a cool girl he had dated and generally liked, nothing close to being the light of his life. All his blood, sweat, and tears weren't for himself, or for me, or even the family unit. They were all completely and totally for his baby. Meanwhile, I was doing the same, though in the opposite way. I did take us being married seriously. I was trying to force us together as a couple so we would be a complete family for a child. You felt like a fly on the wall of a very personal conversation. Yeah, that's like pretty much the theme of this moment. Ko didn't seem to notice when you looked over at him. His face a complicated patchwork of emotions. Literally, during this, like, these whole, like, intense talks of Ko getting insight to his parents' divorce, I'm literally just, like, sitting here, like... It's just allowed. Should I actually be here? Eventually, I woke up and saw what I was doing. I realized it wasn't going to work. Not like that. When I was ready for it, I talked to Cliff about separating and starting up the divorce process. He was shocked by it, and fortunately, it wasn't too long after when you had your accident, Cove. Dae, I don't know how much Cove really told you about it, but when he broke his arm and terrified all of us... Oh, it's me. Cove could have died. Even back then, we knew he'd likely have a permanent scar he'd have to live with forever. Our parenting hurt our child, and he was the one who'd have to carry the repercussions. You're a bit taken aback to be referred to directly. You still felt a little out of place, and she seemed completely focused on her son. Cove grimaced, and the hand holding his phone shook. Mom. And Kira continued as she never paused. It was heartbreaking, and on top of it all, we had to put you through your parents breaking up. Taking that back wasn't an option, despite the timing. I felt like everything we had worked so hard for to make you happy was for nothing. I chose to believe we'd fix our lives from there, but to Cliff it seemed hopeless. He failed a son. It was easier for me in some ways. I had my family to lean on. That made it feel less daunting, less impossible. Cliff had only ever really known being on his own, by the happenstance of his birth and then by choice. When we broke up, he knew he was going to have to put back the pieces of what was left. Alone. I wanted to be there for him, even after everything, but I was the one divorcing him. It was impossible. I never imagined to be someone he truly relied on, and I had to remember that wasn't changing. As bleak as it felt at the time, Cliff still tried not to let any of that show to you, Cove. He did what he could to keep your spirits high above the move. Your new house, the scar, everything. So that's why... Oh, wait. Go back. Yeah. So that's why... I had to change my tone. Cove trailed off. He had misunderstood the impact his injury had on his parents. You reminded of something that made more sense now. Mr. Horn had been so helpful with Cove's old Halloween costume because he didn't want Cove to be saddened by the scar. It was clear Cove was coming to the same realizations. Now, with all that said, if Cliff was a completely perfect and wonderful guy, I wouldn't have left him. If it was even pretty good, I would have stayed. It was hard not to have custody. Sometimes I felt like I was a fun aunt rather than the mom I always wanted to be. I might have overcompensated a little at times because of that. She forced a laugh, but it had an uncomfortable edge to it. You could tell she was trying to blow off a very real anxiety of hers. Cove would look ready to say something, but his mom kept talking, kept moving forward. Still, it's not Cliff's fault alone that our relationship didn't work. We were always better as co-parents than spouses, but I knew when separating that it wasn't going to be even. And Cove, the only reason I could stand not being there for you all this time is because I knew that if the situation was reversed, I could have provided a more stable environment, Cliff would have done the same. Your dad would give up his house, his shop, even his right arm if it would guarantee that you were safe and happy. So as painful as it was, I was sure that you'd be okay because you were still with someone who loved you more than anything else in the world. Cove lowered his head, tears falling to the ground. He tried to speak. It took him a few tries. Thank you for telling me. His voice cracked, and Kira made an alarmed sound on the other end of the line. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to make you cry. Really? You didn't? You must not know your son then. You must actually be the fun aunt. Let me tell you this deep story about how much we love you and our little boy. Ah, why are you crying? He was still crying. Everyone could tell, being physically present or not. I love you, Mom. You've always been my mom, not some aunt. My mom. Our mom. I love you too. Her tone was thick with emotion. She was at the edge of a voice break herself. I'm so lucky to be your mom. She started to sniffle openly. Don't feel bad for me with how it worked out. I promise that none of it was your fault, and it's not as though I'm completely miserable over here. I have an incredible life with a beautiful baby boy of my own who calls whenever he can. At that, Ko's tears only came down heavier. Thank you. Kira sighed affectionately, and you could hear the warmth in her voice. I think that's good for now. Maybe we should end the call. Take a moment. Is that really alright? He tightened his grip on his phone. See how emotionally exhausted he looked. We'll be in touch soon. For now, you'll only be able to keep thanking me. Or apologizing. Hey! I don't do that. Cove crowded defensively over the accusation, making his mom snicker. Bye, and goodbye to you, Dae. I'm glad you're there for my baby. Talk to you later. Bye, Mom. I love you. Love you too. I'm here to eat the kiwi man. No! Eating him as he's having his moment. Leave him alone. Cove hung up. He let his head drop to his side, his phone brushing the fabric of his wetsuit. His other hand went up to his face. He tried to wipe the tears from his eyes. Also, hi Zed, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. His face was red and he struggled to put his phone back in his bag one-handed. You could tell he was getting worked up. He finally just used both of his hands and sealed his phone back into its normal place. Cove sniffed and then reached out for you. His hand trembled in your grasp and you squeezed back. He needed to feel your support. Just one chomp? Okay, but later. Later, just one. You may chomp, but only once. Choose wisely where. You want to go see your dad again? He didn't have to tell you what was on his mind for this. Cove nodded his head weakly. You rushed back the way you came, feet pounding across the boards of the dock to return to the scuba shop for the third time. You reached his dad's store and Cove still wasn't slowing down. He pushed his way through the door at full speed. His hand released yours as he charged in. Mr. Horn had been walking around the middle of the store checking over things. Immediately he turned at the sound. What? Where's the fire? He froze when he got a look at Cove's face. He weirdly opened his mouth, probably to ask what was wrong, but then Cove launched himself at his father. Cove threw his arms around Mr. Horn's neck. He buried his face in his dad's shoulder and started to sob with deep hitching breaths. Cliff clearly had no idea what was going on, and his hands hovered awkwardly in the air. I'll bite the bushy eyebrows. You know what? Good choice. He looked at you for a brief second, hoping for understanding, before turning all his attention on Cove. He wrapped both his arms around Cove's back. Cove looked secure in his father's embrace, protected and safe. It's okay. It'll be okay, whatever it is. It's going to be okay. Cove kept crying. He inhaled deeply, his voice choking up when he tried to speak. You always tried to be there for me when I was growing up, and I was mean to you. I'm sorry. What? I always like his face here. He's like, huh? Who was this? I don't know what's with me attacking people's eyebrows. Yeah, you do kind of focus on people's eyebrows, don't you? I've noticed this trend now. Everybody watch out. The judge's gonna come for your eyebrows. Mr. Holden was completely taken aback. He had expected this to be the issue. You don't have to apologize for that, bud. Kids are allowed to be mad at their parents. It's my job to take care of you. I really didn't do anything special. Cove shook his head as empathetically as he could while he still tucked in against his dad. I'm the eyebrow inspector, you are. Ah, put the gun down. I don't remember inspectors having guns. What would you rate my eyebrows? Well, my eyebrow that you can see. What would you rate it? Is it a 10 out of 10? It better be. You've always supported me no matter what. You've always loved me. I wish I realized how much you did sooner. Cove squeezed him tighter. Thank you. I love you, Dad. At his son's heartfelt confession, the father became choked up as well. He compressed Cove into a crushing hug. I do love you. I always will. You can count on that. 9 out of 10? What? How can I make it a 10 out of 10? You say you love bean brows, but you give it a 9? What can I do to improve? Do I need to open up Clip Studio, put myself in there and start photoshopping? 5 out of 10 because we can only see one. So it's only half. Okay, I see how it is. I want to be there for you too. They clung on to one another, absorbed in the moment. Then, after a little while longer, they slowly began to loosen their hold. Show the other... Don't be shy, show the other eyebrow. Maybe someday. Photoshop the brows. Just Photoshop the brows, damn. I just like put the eyebrow over the hair. Some people do that in their art styles. They like draw the eyebrows on top of the hair that overlaps it. Sometimes it's okay, but others, honestly, I kind of prefer it when it's not like that because it just doesn't make sense in my head. I don't know, it kind of depends on like the person's style, you know. Cove sniffled and moved so he could use his palm to wipe away his tears. His dad's shirt was visibly damp where his face had been. Cliff patted the top of Cove's shoulders. He looked at his son with pride. You've grown up so much. Cove started to laugh through his tears, a waving smile on his lips. You doubted that Cove would have ever thought that crying on his dad's shoulder was a sign of maturity, but it was true. Cove had changed over the years. You felt a little awkward. It's like, white people. You thought you understood Cove's dad a little better now, too. Your perception of Cliff had always been colored by the limited sides he was willing to show his neighbors, and then through Cove's eyes. But you had learned today gave you more of a complete picture of him. It felt like you knew him better now. On his own merits. Cove wiped his eyes again. You're a good dad. You're a good son. Mr. Holden was plainly touched by the words, beamed at his beloved child. Cove looked away and shyly traced his scar. Cliff chuckled and released Cove to rub the back of his neck. The earlier panic had bled off and left the confusion. When we getting a Dae version? Honestly, that's true. I do need my own version. I'm not sure how I could, like, translate my design into that style, though. Like, I guess, like, when it comes to, like, drawing stuff, it's, like, the key is, like, not really think about it and just, like, do it. But I don't know. I have to think about it. I do want one, though. Cliff chuckled and really... Oh, wait. I read that. Yeah. I'm glad we had this talk, but... What was it that made you cry in the first place? You weren't too bad off when you left before. Oh. Cove ducked his head further down, getting a very good look at the scuff marks on the floor. I called Mom. I wanted to talk to her about all of this. He kicked one of his feet shyly, swinging it back and forth against the ground. Things felt really hard when I was younger, but it wasn't just me going through stuff, Dad. You never give yourself credit. Cliff smiled gently and gripped Cove's shoulder with reassurance. Kira is an amazing person to come to my defense. For me, the only hard part was seeing you and her unhappy. Everything else? Nothing. He wrapped an arm around Cove's neck for another side hug. Cove leaned into the embrace and glanced up at his dad. The old man is tougher than he looks. Check out how powerful these arms are. And this is 10 years on. I was in my prime those days. Is Mr. Holden swole? Cove laughed. It was a light sound, full of fondness. Okay. He quieted down a little, finding a quick moment of seriousness. Thanks again, Dad. I know you don't want me to feel bad, and I'm happy, because of everything you and Mom did. I have a really nice life. Our life. Mr. Holden's countenance became much more serious. He didn't take what was said lightly. Cove, you're very welcome. That's so good to hear. Then he let Cove go again. This time, they both took a step back to their normal proximity. Mr. Holden cleared his throat. He looked at you right in the eyes. I also appreciate that you were here for support day. What a true friend. Ah, thanks. I'm also here. Cove looked back down, embarrassed. Glad to be here. When Cove stopped staring at the floor, he smiled at him. Cliff smiled warmly. He nudged Cove gently as if to say, "Look how lucky you are." Alright. Cove exhaled slowly, his posture relaxing. "We better get going. You still have work to add, and I think Dae has been patient enough." Cliff grinned and waved the two of you off. "Sure thing. I'm happy you both stopped in, but you gotta go have some fun. Be careful out there." "I don't need to go jet skiing anymore. Dae, if you still want to go, I don't mind watching." "No way. You're a mature young man, and if you want to jet ski, then you should go out and get jet ski. I'll still be here if you need anything, alright?" "Yeah. Okay." Woo! Cove waved to his dad as he started walking out. You followed. When you turned back to Mr. Holden before you went out the door, he was waving. "Bye, kids. You'll do great." Once again, as that had become today's habit, you and Cove walked down the dock side by side. But this time, Cove had a bounce back in his step. His smile was soft, but radiant. "Thanks for staying, and sorry for how long it took. I mean, you do the same for me. You had his back, and he had yours. It was just how things went between the two of you." Cove grinned at you, all grateful positivity and sunshine. The water leapt at the dock beneath your feet. Cove looked down when a particularly strong wave crashed against it. It's weird to think about my parents' relationship. There's all this stuff that I don't know because I wasn't there, or because I was just a kid, or because it didn't even exist yet. It feels really complicated. I mean, relationships are complicated. You agreed with him. Connections to other people were as varied as there were waves in the ocean. Cove nodded without elaboration. He looked out into the ocean wistfully for a moment before he shook it off. "I'm happy they were married, even if they didn't stay together in the end. I'm happy that you're all peppy again." "Peppy? That's right. You say so." You asked what he thought about marriage for himself now. Are you scared of it? Are you scared of commitment? What? Marriage. You know, because of your parents' history? Cove shook his head shyly. He didn't hesitate for a second. "No. Surprisingly, I don't have issues about the idea of getting married someday." You looked at him, not bothering to hide your intrigue. He chuckled self-consciously at the reaction he got. "Don't get me wrong, I'm trying to actually propose would be terrifying. I'm sure planning a whole wedding would be so hard, especially for me. But just the thought of having someone I loved that I was married to, that I'd spend the rest of my life with, that doesn't scare me. What about you? Would you ever want to be officially married someday?" "To you?" "I'd only get married if I found someone really special." White people. Looking at him. "The only wedding you could picture was with the perfect partner, someone you love dearly. He's right here." You never get married just to be married. If you're going to get married, it would be to someone that you truly cherish. Yeah, that's my views on marriage. I wouldn't get married just to get married. It has to be someone that I truly cherish. To cherish and to be cherished, yes. I get it. Cove smiled encouragingly. "Alright, no more distractions. Let's go. It's time to jet ski." You left him loudly. He only looked more determined. You were going to jet ski. Two of you began to more quickly make your way across the boards. Despite your excitement, you were both careful. Neither of you wanted an accident, especially after what happened with Cove's first jet skiing trip. We have an accident. 10 years later, we're crying to each other about it. You finally got to the rental place. You were surprised at how easy the process was. It took no time at all for Cove to climb on his jet ski with shaky legs. "Just get on." You spent this entire time wanting a jet ski and were thrilled to finally climb onto one. It was lime green with blue detailing. The jet ski rocketed slightly as you got on, bobbing with the waves. You looked across to Cove. He sat motionlessly astride in his jet ski, preparing himself to start it up. Even from your distance, you could tell his hands were clamped onto the handles too tightly. He was stiff and nervous. "Loosen up, Cove. You can do it." You cheered him on and clapped wildly. His body language relaxed slightly, and he turned his head to look at you. "Thanks." "You're welcome." He inhaled slowly and started up the jet ski. It roared forward, and you were surprised you could hear him squeak over the sound of the engine. He stopped after a few seconds and breathed again. After he'd calmed down, he started up once more. Cove sputtered and stalled with it for a while, going a little farther each time. He grew more comfortable with the feel. He got the hang of the jet ski fairly quickly. It didn't take him long to learn how to turn properly and left it running for a longer spurts of time. Cove eventually reached the point where he only stopped the jet ski when he had something to say. He kept shouting things at you. This is amazing! Did you see that, Dae? This is so great! You'd gotten your own jet ski going as well. You made sure to keep a safe distance. Cove watched what you did with enthusiasm. Nice turn! He zoomed forward and you could hear his bright laugh ring across the waves. You cheered for him again, whooping whenever he did something fun. You weren't bad at it. Knowing that jet skis could be dangerous, you kept a healthy caution over the vehicle. It was tricky at the start. You drove in short bursts, since each time you made it go forward it seemed much too fast. You worried that you were going to fly off or the jet ski would flip over. However, it didn't take you long to realize that you had a decent control over the vehicle. You grew more comfortable with the controls and let yourself relax a little. Eventually the sun set, and you had to pack up. Cove was thankfully still in one piece. No cast necessary. After everything was to turn, Cove dug his phone out of his bag and texted his parents to let them know all about his triumph. An idea to take a photo to mark the occasion struck Cove, and he wanted you to join him in on the selfie. Oh my gosh. Silly. Feeling silly? Cove snickered when you got into position. He hesitated for a moment before trying his own funny face. He showed you the picture and it made you smile. It would be a nice memory. His phone vibrated only a moment after texting it out. Mr. Holden and Kira had likely been waiting the entire day to find out how this outing would go. With the news of his success, both Cove's parents sent back how proud they were of Cove for how far he'd come. Watching him grinning in the setting sun after facing so many fears that day, you felt the same. And there we go. We have conquered his trauma. Trauma? Conquered. Cured. No longer apparent. But yeah, can I speak? Words processing in my head. Thoughts. No thoughts. Head empty. But yeah, I think it was a good decision to try out doing reflection last. Because like I said, just like ties it all up together. Don't cry. We still got the ending. Oh. Yeah, fuck off, Baxter. Oh, but I did hang. But yeah, now all we have left now is to do the ending for step 3. It's time for my angst now. I planted the seeds in the beginning and now it's here. I love angst. Moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room, a siren call in the slowly darkening sky. Just as the day was coming to an end, so too would summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms for long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her own new journey began. Bear angst, yeah! She'd officially been accepted to a first-choice college a few weeks ago. This was her last chance to see you all in person for... You flicked through the plans for the next few months, realizing that you didn't even know when you next had the opportunity for everyone to be in the same place again. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. It's very bittersweet. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together. As ever, the Holdens were tagging along too. Ooh, what are we feeling today, buds? Chinese or tropical? I wonder what kind of food, like, the tropical place really entails, you know? Like, I guess maybe, like, sort of, like, seafood? Yeah, that makes sense. I was about to say Mediterranean food. But no, I think seafood, I mean, could be both, you know? What would I know? But it could be either tropical? Tropical. Tropical. I love seafood. You hadn't really discovered that tropical restaurant until you were a bit older, but everyone's enthusiasm had resulted in so many visits that you'd more than made up for lost time. See, yeah. Oh, we also work at the tropical place too, so you know what? That kind of fits. Liz and Lee were excited to squeeze in another trip before setting off again. It would be nice to visit as a guest rather than a server. You imagine Cove felt the same. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only on half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling, and you were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. It was strange to think that summer was coming to an end, yet you wouldn't be returning to school. That pattern had been in place for as long as you could remember, and had come to feel like a natural rhythm, as inescapable as the coming of the tide. This was the first time that you were going to be able to set your own tune. Whatever came next was entirely up to you. Just thinking about it made you queasy with stress. You didn't know where the summer had gone. The future, which you'd not felt ready to face, was bearing down on you without mercy. Mom called up from downstairs, tearing you from your thoughts as she told you it was time to head off. You hurried downstairs, hoping that the evening would be sufficient to distract you from your anxieties. Everyone piled into the car. While it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it made for a very tight fit. Your mom, sitting in the front, were fine. You, Liz, and Lee were squished into the back. Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. But Mom was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it, with much less coordination required to release seatbelts than to secure them. You gave Lee a hand as she clambered out from the middle seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange the table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You slipped into your chair. Felt all wrong. No matter how you shifted in your seat, comfort eluded you. Everyone else seemed fine as they settled into their own seats. Ooh, I always like that line, because it kind of like told, like, it's like telling of, like, something's wrong. It's not the seat. There's something wrong. With you. Well, you feel that something is wrong, you know? Your drink's order had just been taken when the Holdens came through the door. They were pointed in your direction. Though with Mom waving an arm in the air, it was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite to you. It had been left empty by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove would be wanting to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside him. It's great to see you. Glad you could make it. Hello, everyone. You wouldn't believe how hungry I am. You came to the right place, then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mom's sense of humor. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mom would have responded by making another comment. Petty. Liz had meddled over the years, but she still made a show of despairing of Mom's jokes. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. Menus were soon passed around, and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten here before, and light chat about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up. So, I've got some good news. Kira's making a trip out here tomorrow. Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured this was a good time for everyone. Very nice. That's great. Everyone reacted positively to the news. No, Mom looked wistful. If only we'd known. Here we are, having a big meal without her. If we'd waited one day, she could have joined us. Mom patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs, and back to the evening that was going so well. For now. Chin up. Lee and Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. Ma smiled warmly, taking Mom's hand in hers. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon. Right, and speaking of, that's not all we've got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, face angled towards his son. He barely let a beat go by before nudging Cove with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Cove shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke. It's just, I've switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. He flicked his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smiling creeping over his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments. He was moving. Cove was going to move out of his dad's house. After 10 years, he wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. Angst. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cove's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible. Cove's actually going to make it to adulthood. It's a miracle. Mr. Holden leaned... Ugh. I'm choking on my own spit. Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in mock wonder. I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way up to this point, but thankfully I lucked out and got the best boy a dad could have asked for. Dad? Cove blinkered his vision with his hands on the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy. Thanks. I was really lucky too. You're a good dad. Come here. Mr. Holden threw an arm over Cove's neck, pulling him into as close of a hug as the seating allowed. He rubbed his cheek on the top of his son's head while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. You looked around at the faces of the company here. You've been on this journey with everyone here for years, seen them falter and grow, and they had watched you go through the same. Cove was leaving his family home. Liz was heading back to college, while Lee was starting at hers, and here we are, with no plan going forward. You were staying close, but it was clear you were all heading in different directions, to different destinations. Some near and some far. But it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. much. It's too much. You looked down at your lap, twisting the napkin in your balled fist. It was one thing to know this was going to happen theoretically, and quite another to be faced with the reality. Your family and friends had given you stability no matter what life threw at you. Realizing that they wouldn't be there the same way was like putting a foot down on a stair that wasn't there. Your heart plunged as you thought to find metaphorical grounding. Cove brought some attention to himself with a clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs while we're waiting for the food and everything.
Sure.
Sure thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness to his expression faded when he moved to face you. Wanna come? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was very obviously something on his mind. Something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You looked up at him listlessly as he rose from his seat. You weren't sure if he felt like talking, but having an excuse to get some space didn't sound like a horrible idea. So you nodded. Take care. With those parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone else as possible without actually exiting the building. What did you need to say? He had admitted that it was oof. Oh my god, the drama! Yeah! He hadn't admitted that was what this was about, but he didn't need to.
What's wrong?
Well, I was gonna say something about all that stuff my dad brought up, but are you okay? I always like doing like this like angsty ending here because kind of like throughout the steps as well, the main character doesn't really have that many like not really like prominent problems, you know, at least not ones that are like kind of like go over the course of like multiple moments, you know, like there's some here that you can create and some there, but it's kind of nice that it's like, oh yes, here's the main character who doesn't have any trouble come their way and they're happy and go lucky, and then here at the end you can be like, but it's all an act. They're very sad now. They don't know what to do, you know? It's like a nice little, like, switch. Like, spark up the drama. Our own drama. He peered at you, and you could tell his concern was earnest. You were being distant, and he had noticed. I'm telling ya, storyteller, yeah. I'm fine. That's a lie. Are you worried about things ending? He continued to look deeply into your eyes. All you could focus on was the aqua blue of his iris, the concerned crinkle of his eyelids. You know, I'm anxious about it too. But you're leaving! It's too much. You gave him nothing to go off of, but he could somehow still tell he wasn't far off. Cove's expression dropped. There was something horrified in his eyes and sorrow in his frown. Even when I'm not across the street anymore, you can always call or text. I don't care how late it is. We'll talk every day. I'll make sure we do. But you can't guarantee that. He clenched his hand around his wrist tightly. I don't want to lose what we have. Dae. His voice was quiet, barely a whisper. He paused to take you in, and then his voice came out louder but meek. This really matters to me. A lot. More than anything else. There was steel in his eyes, a rare firmness that you didn't see from Cove often. You continued to feel upset. Your feelings had been dragged out, and you had no chance of calming down now. You couldn't help but feel you were losing him. Cove was leaving you.
I'm so sorry.
I didn't want to make you feel bad by bringing this up. Just, I don't know what I wanted. But I felt I had to say something about this. If not now, then when? Out of the corner of your eye, you had noticed a nearby table of people were staring. Cove's outburst had attracted attention. The eyes on you just made things worse. You felt overwhelmed, smothered by everything going on. You couldn't handle this. I need some air. Alone. Cove seemed pained, but he didn't protest when you brushed past him and left the restaurant. There was nowhere else to go but out. You stepped out onto the sidewalk. A couple cars drove by on the main street and the breeze hit your face. You took a few deep breaths now that the conversation was no longer suffocating you. You weren't quite sure what to do next. Getting space had been only the plan. You patted your sides on reflex and pulled out the spare key for your mom's car. Walking fast, you went down the sidewalk to the part of the street where your parents had parked. You remembered going past a particular building on the way into the restaurant and managed to backtrack your way to the car without incident. You unlocked the car with a shaky push of the button. The headlights flashed. You pulled open one of the back doors and tucked yourself inside. You shut the door and the car beeped when you locked it again. While putting the key away, you switched it out for your phone. There were concerned messages from your family. Were you okay? Was something happening? No, Dae, you love him and you know it! Season finale is crazy. It is crazy. It's getting wild. Another text came in from your sister at that moment. You didn't respond to any of it and held down the power button. Look back at your phone and stared at the black, blank screen. You could see a part of your face reflecting back at you. Then you dropped your phone on the seat. I can't stand to look at myself. Ah! You couldn't help but feel frustrated. This was not how you wanted tonight to go. This is supposed to be a fun dinner. Celebratory, even. Maybe that was part of the problem. You didn't know if the future was actually something to celebrate. Then you tried to... work through your emotions. You did your best to reflect on the situation and sort yourself out. A few minutes passed by. You breathed in the quiet. The car started to get warm, but you didn't feel like turning it on to get the AC going or roll down the windows. You wanted to text Cove where he went so he didn't worry. Picked up your phone from the cushion and pushed the power button. It took a minute to boot up. There were plenty of additional messages. You planned on checking out your family's text later and tapped onto Cove's number first. You could imagine him worrying about you. Hopefully at least knowing you were somewhere secure would be enough. You texted him, sending it right after you typed it. Because even though we're so sad that he's leaving, we still want to let him know that we're okay. There were some mistakes, but the message not to worry should have still gone through. Cove responded fast. It was almost immediate. Your phone displayed a message that said no, and nothing else. You were about to send a question mark when another text followed. Can I come in? I'm kind of already here. What? When you looked up on your phone and out the windows, nothing stood out as obviously Cove-shaped, and he wasn't easy to miss. You about ready to text him back when you saw a shock of green out of the corner of your eye. Cove stood up. He'd been sitting on the pavement, leaning against the car door. He straightened out and smiled carefully. He pointed towards the closest car door and raised his shoulders at a clear question. He wanted to know if it was okay to hop in. You nodded, not seeing the point of keeping him awkwardly outside. Cove walked around to the other side of the car, opposite of you. He put his hand on the door handle and pulled. He tried to open the door and obviously wasn't expecting it to be locked. You pressed the unlock button. He smiled after he heard the click. He sat down, and then quietly closed the door behind him. For a moment, he faced straight ahead. His hands flinched when he got halfway through putting on his seatbelt before he realized that he wasn't actually going anywhere. He dropped his arms, and the seatbelt slithered back up to the side of the car. Neither of you seemed to know what to say now. Eventually, Cove turned to face you. He seemed serious. Everyone cared when you left the restaurant. They all wanted to be here, but I promised that I'd look out for you. Really? He gripped the side of his cushion and regarded his lap. Like Liz, she told me I better not be making things worse or I'd never be considered a trusted adult for the rest of my life. But yeah, everyone's here for you, even if it's just me in the car. I get it. Cove stared deep into your eyes. You noticed he had some redness around his. You can do it. We can do it, Dae. Make a good life for ourselves. No matter how hard it seems, we can do it. He gripped your shoulders, and you knew that he was doing his best to project confidence. He wasn't sure about himself, but he was trying for your sake. You suddenly remembered a long time ago and a tiny little boy who had been scared of an unseen monster in the wind. Even though his small fist had shaken with fear, he'd still been as brave as he could because he'd known you were afraid. Cove had always done his best to be strong for you when you needed it. He definitely was not tiny anymore, but he was still taking care of you. I know what you're doing, and you don't have to. Cove ducked his head. He filled it with a bit of his hair. But I think I do. I'm not hiding it. I really do think that you're going to make it. There's no way that someone like you wouldn't. The angst, the flashbacks, the drama. We got it all. You could feel his belief in you. He might have been uncertain about his own future, but it was clear that he saw something bright in yours. Cove then studied you from over his shoulder with a soft expression. He twisted his body to the side and held up his open arms. You raised your eyebrows. Let me in! Let me in! You pulled yourself towards the middle seat so that you could reach him properly. You had to climb over one of his legs that he had resting across the seats. He turned so that he was completely sideways in his seat, back pressed to the car door, and made space in front of him for you. You settled down against him and leaned against his chest. You wiggled in to fit comfortably. He wrapped both of his arms around you and rested one of his cheeks on the top of your head. It was very snug. Despite the cramped backseat of the car, Cove was very comfortable, and his reassurance was nice. He was right here, and he cared. It was hard to dwell on future troubles when he was doing his best to comfort you. Hey, Dae. His voice was calming, and his eyes were full of his fondness for you. His mouth quirked into a crooked smile. I have a great plan. You can just stop thinking about the future and all that. Okay? He had no idea what he meant. He didn't acknowledge your confusion, continued. I'll still get that little apartment, and you can move in too. I'll stay as close to here as possible, and I'll get a new job on the shopping street. I'll sell pretzels. He lightly stroked your head as he spoke. On the word pretzel, he traced a loop-de-loop shape that you had suspicion that was supposed to be a pretzel. You could probably find a job there too. You could also sell pretzels. We'll be business partners. And then, we'll do that forever. We never have to worry about what to do or where to go, or letting our lives change ever again. What do you think? Laughed. That was proof the Cove was utterly hilarious. Pretzels. That would certainly be one way to steer your future. Cove, that plan sucked. Pretzels? We're not hot dogs. Though, pretzels are pretty good. Is it bad that I actually like the sound of that plan? Not at all. Cove chuckled, appearing entirely too innocent. I'm pleased you agree. I can't wait. Pretzels and you. What kind of pretzels will we sell? All types. Cheese pretzels, cinnamon pretzels, pepper pretzels. I have never heard of pepper pretzels. You've seen spicy pretzels before, or jalapeno cheese pretzels, but just the phrasing of pepper pretzels made it seem weird. Cove waved off your misgivings. Pretzels already have salt. Makes sense we'd go for a pepper next. It was fun to not be so serious for a bit, though soon Cove's tone changed. Dae. He started to speak, but drift off. All the sounds of the world outside were muffled and distant. In that space, in that moment, it really felt as though there was no one except you and Cove. Cove softly ran his hand up and down your arm. It felt reassuring. Finally, he was able to continue his thought. No matter what, you can count on me. Whenever you need something, even if you just want it. You're becoming more independent, but you're never actually alone in this world. Sounds like I'll never be rid of you then, huh? Yeah. You considered the thought of living with Cove, in his tiny apartment, in the pretzel plan, or just in general. I'd be fine with living with you if that could ever work out.
Really?
I like that too. Cove beamed. You felt much better than you did 5 minutes ago. He was your ray of sunshine. I guess we should be able to head back without carrying the weight of all of this. That's important after all. Paused with a smirk. You anticipated a joke, or at least an attempt at one. Our hands will finally be free for other things, like eating our meal. So that'll be nice. Sure, our friends are free to do other things now. Chokes him. Did I know you were such an optimist? Cove chuckled, and scratched the back of his neck. I can look on the bright side sometimes. He smiled, pleased at how everything turned out. Man, can you believe, after all that, we still ain't getting together? We ain't getting together in this finale? Such a tender and intimate moment. It's like, nah. Crying, hugging. Pretty much. With that, you happily stepped into the world again. You made sure to grab your phone and the key on the way out. Cove's stomach rumbled after you locked your mom's car back up. Looked like we were heading back in just in time. Yeah. It was a short walk back to the restaurant. It felt like you blinked and then suddenly you were retaking your place at the table. You felt nervous. You didn't want to explain what happened yet. Liz took in your appearance with a grateful expression. To your surprise, she seemed alright with letting your disappearing act go. Thank goodness you're back, Dae. You have to back me up here. A hair elastic is called a hair elastic. It's a hair tie. I know I'm screaming at TV. I have to wait another 6 months for the final season. Yes, you have to wait for another 6 months before it comes out. Will they even get together in that one? You just have to wait. Even just coming into the argument, you could tell they were just joking around. Neither Liz nor Lee was taking this semantic discussion seriously. Hair tie. Traitor. Your mom's laughed, and you felt your discomfort subside a bit. Ma caught your eye. Bonkers, still rated 10 out of 10. It's like, oh my god, I have felt with so much indescribable rage that they didn't get together and now I have to wait for the next season. 10 out of 10. We'll watch it again. We'll go through that experience again. Are you alright, Dae? You nodded. Throughout the next few minutes, you found yourself drawn into different conversations, each one where everyone checked on you in their own way. The warmth of everyone's love comforted you. You decided to tuck this treasured feeling close to your heart. You wanted to remember it for a long, long time. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot, saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent some more time together. You then had some extra time and decided to... I'm gonna go relax. This ain't about Jeremy. The rest of the night felt like it was going on by in a blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sank into your pillow and you closed your eyes, your mind drifted back to everything that had happened that day. You could see it all now, behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then the image of Cove popped into your head, and you smiled softly to yourself. I'm on my way. I'm rapidly approaching your location right now. If Cove could do it, then you didn't see why you shouldn't be allowed to. You made up your mind. As quietly as you could manage, you put on your shoes and slipped out of your room, closing the door behind you softly. Heading slowly down, you took care not to make the floor creak, especially the boards right by the bathroom. Those definitely squeaked. The stillness of the night made even the slightest sound seem so much louder to your ears, and you were very aware of your mom sleeping nearby. Upon reaching the bottom, you tiptoed towards the front door. Slipping out into the crisp night air, you shut the door and took a relieving breath. Excitement rising, you dashed across the street towards Cove's house. The road, too, was surreal at this hour, familiar and yet strange. It might have been eerie at another time, but with how eager you were, you hardly cared. You attempted to find your way from the normal footpath to the side of the condo, but the limited light was making it difficult. You knew for sure which window was Cove's, and lucky for you, it was on the first floor. Unlike Cove, you wouldn't have to do any building scaling. All you need to do now was to make it safely over the fence and past the bushes without being caught or injured. Sinking closer, you glanced over the hedges towards Cove's bedroom window, finding it cracked open. Perfect. You wouldn't have to knock and worry about him not answering. Hoisting yourself up with ease, you cleared the fence and avoided the shrubs, then darted over to the window. You buzzed with a nervous excitement as you approached it in the dark, having successfully made it all the way here unseen. Lifting the window up so it was fully open, you brushed yourself halfway through, your legs dangling into the underbrush below. It was a little awkward, as a small shelf was right in the way. You had to take care not to knock over a couple of plants, but you made it through with minimal noise. Oh yeah, there it is, right there. Once safely inside, you dusted yourself off and turned back to close the window gently, with only the soft glow of moonlight and Code's fish tank there to see the way. You gave a small wave to the special fish you got to name, Space Cadet. Then straining your eyes through the dark, you crept towards Cove's bed, barely making out the sleeping figure beneath the covers. By the sounds of his soft breathing, you could tell that he hadn't heard you come in, and a small smile tugged at your lips. It crushes him in his sleep. You left him to sleep and sat beside him. He looked so peaceful as he slept. You said you didn't have the heart to wake him up. Instead, you took a seat on the edge of his bed and watched him affectionately, making your best to his own breathing and smiling down at him. You weren't sure what you were going to do now that you were there, but you were happy to be near Cove all the same, even if he was fast asleep. Can you believe we still don't get together this season? Your gaze drifted around the darkened room, even though in daylight hours you recognized that the darkness made it seem just a little bit different and intriguing. Your eyes stopped for a moment on the fish tank against one wall, and you watched his precious pets float around for a moment. Finally, you settled on the window. Maybe you should just head home? You contemplated it, trying to make up your mind, till Cove stirred and rolled over, bumping it right into you. Huh? You turned just as his eyes fluttered open, still heavy with sleep, and he looked right at you.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. He pulled his covers up under his chin and rolled over again the other way, laying back in. I am not a... No, get out here. They get in bed together but no kiss and no boyfriend officially? Bonk! Oh, whoops. Wrong one. I mean, it still counts. Okay, it's still valid. All the signs. You snickered quietly to yourself as you sat there. He could figure it out on his own. After a few more seconds, he did. Wait. Dave? Yeah? You need something? He shuffled under the covers and sat up to stare at you in alarm.
What?
Why are you in my room? What happened? A smile slipped onto your face and he finally registered your presence for real. Yeah, give me a hug. Leaning forward, you wrapped your arms around Ko, feeling him freeze for a brief moment. When he relaxed and hugged you back softly, you let out a small sigh. It doesn't really matter why you came. It's okay. You held him for a little while longer, letting his hug relax you, until you pulled back and looked at him gently. Should have known you'd do this one of these days. It's only fair. You let out a breath, feeling relieved that he didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, it felt kind of good. You thought maybe this enthusiasm was why Cove did it so often. It's the rash of breaking and entering, of course. He pushed himself up fully, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and leaving a spot for you beside him. You sat beside him happily, waiting for him to speak first. You can stay as long as you want. Really? Yeah, really. Can I stay the whole night? Ah. And we still not together. It just keeps getting worse and worse. He smiled, feeling relieved that he had agreed, and he grinned back. You could always count on him. I've secretly slept over in your room before. It's only fair you get to do it too. You snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. Okay, but there's no way I'm letting you take the floor this time. Here we go again. You rolled your eyes and let out a soft laugh. Listen, Cove alone made me jumping through windows romantic, okay? He really did. It was him and only him. Or at the back of his neck. We should just share the bed. Come on, Cove. He thought it through for a moment before suddenly throwing his hands in the air. Why not? We might as well make the most of this sleepover. Yes. He bounced a little on the balls at your feet, and he smiled at you fondly. After all, you had really wanted to see Cove, and knowing he would be right there next to you made it feel like a real sleepover. We're gonna make this work. I know you've always had to put up with my attitude with this, and I can't get it my way every time. Well, I could have, but you're clearly not going to give up. You gave a triumphant nod as the two of you got under the covers, laughing and joking around before remembering you should be keeping the noise down. Resting your side, you flipped out your pillow and faced Cove, who did the same. He sighed, contentedly, as he settled in and pulled the covers up over his shoulders. Yeah, this is definitely better than the floor. You scoffed, quietly, hardly believing he had come to that conclusion after everything, but that was Cove holding for you. You're so dumb sometimes. Says you. Damn. Damn, Cove, jeez. You faked a look of shock at his indignant response, and Cove snickered quietly. Your neighbor looked over at you happily. He was honestly content. The night stretched on, and you continued giggling and chatting, tuning out absolutely everything except this room and each other. You felt so light again, like you were 8 instead of 18, and the only big decisions you had to make were what you were going to have for breakfast in the morning. Soon enough, your eyes began to grow heavy, and the conversation slowly came to an end as you both fell into a restful sleep side by side. The next morning, you woke slowly from a comfortable dream. For the small stretch, you opened your eyes fully to the sun shining in through the window. Shuffling onto your side, you noticed Cove still beside you in the bed, sleeping soundly. You smiled, remembering the prior night. It had been fun getting to spend the whole night together. You felt so lucky to have Cove as a friend. Then a loud noise suddenly startled you, and you snapped towards the source of the sound. It was the door opening abruptly, and in the frame stood Mr. Holden, smiling brightly. He hadn't seemed to have noticed you straight away. Get your butt out of bed, sport. Mom's here. Oh! And ooh! All of a sudden, the two of you made eye contact, and he froze where he stood, the smile slowly slipping from his face. Well, that's not what I usually walk into. I clearly should have knocked this morning. I'm never here. I was never here. Just a faint reflection. Should I pretend I didn't see you? Cove blinked his eyes tiredly and mumbled something incoherent before turning towards the door. Both you and Mr. Holden stared at him for a few moments, neither knowing what to say or do. Cove, who continued looking at his dad dozily, was obviously having a hard time trying to process the situation. And his eyes widened. Dad? Cove scrambled on the bed and attempted to get to his feet, pushing the covers back off the both of you. No! You exposed me! Forgetting there was an overhanging ceiling above him, he shot upwards and his head hit his head on the wood. Ow! He fell back down on his pillow, pressing a hand to his head and groaning loudly. Oh my god, Cove! Reached out towards him instinctively. Cove, bud, are you right over there? Mr. Holden stepped further into the room, his eyebrows furrowed in concern, and he bent down towards his son. Yes, please, just go. Okay, I'll leave. Cliff held his hands out in front of him in a calming gesture, even though Cove couldn't see it. Kira's waiting. With that, he stepped back out of the room, giving the two of you one last look before pulling the door shut behind him. Cove rubbed at his face before dropping his head into his hands and mumbling between his fingers.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Why is it every time we try to share a bed, they catch us? Wait, I am? Yes, you're waiting. You're waiting in the living room to see your son. You know, your child that you love, Kira. This one here? You patted him on the leg. Sorry. It's alright. Things like this happen. With a heavy sigh, Cove forced himself to sit up again. He frowned hard, staring over the closed door. Would we refer Cove? This wasn't Dae's... My fault! How dare. How dare. Listen, both times it might have been my fault, but how dare you say it out loud. Sorry. You should be. I guess we can't just hide in here now. I mean, I can go through the window again. He gave you a sidelong glance, and despite his displeasure at the situation, a small smile quirked his lips.
Nice.
It's too bad. I've been really nice. I wish we could stay in here all day. Oh my god. And they still haven't confessed yet. You found yourself smiling along with them. The two of you took a few minutes to get up properly and get yourself as ready as possible. Ko put his glasses back on before heading out to see Kira. I'm the audience. I call it how it is. Eat more popcorn. I guess that's true. Kira was waiting patiently in the living room. She was in high spirits, with her eyes set on the hallway. Her amused smile only widened when you and Ko froze. It didn't take long for the realization to sink in that the scene must have been loud enough for her to hear even from there. Ko tried to look unimpressed, eyes narrowing over Kira's smug delight, though his face was already turning red. His mom hadn't even said anything yet. He squared his shoulders, lifted his head, and strode forward.
Hey.
Hi, Mom. Hi, baby. And hello to you too, Dae. Her tone cracked in her greeting, and then she gave in and laughed, unable to keep any of it in. Ko frowned at that, and his eyes furrowed. Yeah, I am always so patient. Yes, you are. Sorry for the interruption. I didn't know you already had guests. Her frown wobbled as he became even more embarrassed by this moment. He couldn't muster up any words to defend himself. Well, it's not like anybody's surprised by this. Kira laughed even harder this time. As it slowed, she brought up a hand to cover her mouth, but you could both still see her shoulders shake. Ko still looked mortified, but he shot you a stern look. All you could do was smile. Ko was still unable to say anything, other than his teeth biting into the side of his cheek. He stood there frozen. Kira studied you both for a moment. Oh, the smug face I identify with, yeah. I was about to say, that's Kira face right there. Again, it was Dae's fault. Even Kira. No! Not my fault. I'm innocent. It's all for the slow bird. What can I say? It's okay. My nut's a little mister is spreading his wings. I can't complain about that. She lightly tapped the tip of his nose. That got a tiny smile out of Cove. Despite being much taller than Kira at this point, he still seemed like a little kid in front of her. You released the air you were holding in your lungs, and then Kira's gaze locked onto you. You know, we were just about to go over to see Pam and Noelle. Are you two coming? Sure, I should. I guess I should go back there. Yeah, it's always the smelly bear's fault. Smelly? Did you have to add smelly too? No, I'm being bullied here. I give you entertainment, and this is how you repay me. I give you the aggravating slow burn, and this is what I get. Yes, with them toes. No. I still got my shoes on. You can't smell them yet. Goddamn. Cope chuckled at your phrasing. He stretched his arms for a moment and yawned, trying to physically shake off what happened. Sounds good. He cares all for them. Just the way she likes them. Great, let's do it. It was then that you noticed Mr. Holden standing on the other side of the room. You figured he must have been trying to create some space for everyone during that last conversation. You could tell he felt a bit awkward, but he tried smiling reassuringly as he scratched the back of his neck. His attention went to Cove. Bud, do you want to get changed first? Cove looked down at his pajamas for a moment. He shook his head. No, we don't have to wait for that. Are you sure? It's only a trip across the street. I'm alright. Besides, Dae's going in pajamas too. Fair point. Cove then leaned in closer to you. He growled quietly. And your mom's gonna figure out what happened anyway, so... yeah. My pajamas are just consist mostly of comfortable shirts and boxers. And basketball shorts too. Honestly, I didn't mean to say boxers. I meant to say basketball shorts. But also boxers sometimes too, you know. Sometimes... I just like to be comfy, you know. Most pajamas, I don't know. I'm not really a fan of pajamas. I don't know why. I guess I kind of don't like the commitment that they're only supposed to be meant for sleeping in, you know. It's like, you got one look and that's it? Just going to bed? Disgusting. Away we go. With that decided, the four of you headed out across the street to your house. It felt strange waiting there while Mr. Holden knocked on the door.
Hello.
Hi there. Mom answered the door and her expression brightened even more seeing Kira there. Well, she's happy to see you. I used to love pajamas. What happened? Did you get trauma? She moved to pull Kira into a hug when her gaze fell on you. Dae? They're only meant for sleeping? The guy that does groceries and payments all in pajamas. I mean, that's what some people say. But also some people can be wrong, so it is what it is. Hi, Mom. When did you get out there? Why are you still in your pajamas? Mom's eyebrow raised as she gave you a deep examining stare. Meanwhile, you and Ko shared a slow side glance with each other. Before you could answer, more heads popped into view around the doorway. Ma, Liz, and Lee were all chuckling. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. To be honest, I always assumed Ko had been the one sneaking around. He is the one doing it. I did it once! And now they're putting it all on me! I do it one time! This is how it be. I mean, my pajamas are cute. I gotta show them off to someone else other than the walls. I mean, you know, that's true. You got cute pajamas, show it off to the world. Everybody should get the chance to see. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, and you had to look away. You noticed Ko's face was burning red again. It was a solid theory, Lonnie. Most likely they've both been breaking into her. No! It was him! You did it this time. They faced the... Why can't he face the consequences of all the times he did it, though? I didn't encourage that. I wouldn't pet it past my baby. He takes after his parents. You're right. I can't believe my day's been getting up to all that mischief, too. It was once. Mortified, Cove looked like he wanted to disappear, while the adults chuckled and discussed what you and him may or may not have done. Fortunately, they left the conversation there. Enough of standing around out there. Come on in. Momu decided to usher the group in and guided them to the living room. Before anyone could get settled in, Mom spoke up. You're all welcome to stay for breakfast. We still have some great spices and stuff from the farmer's market. Yes, we'd be thrilled to host you. Did you let him in all those times? You definitely... Okay, now, you may have gotten me there, but how could I be rude to somebody knocking at my door? Or my window, I guess, in this case. What am I supposed to do? Just leave him out there? Threatening to fall off the roof? No, I did him a favor. I tried to save him. I saved his life. From preventing him from breaking another bone. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kira, but Cove looked around the room filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Maybe instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? A scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated that idea happily. Excited, Kira clapped her hands together. Oh, we could really make a day out of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. That sounds lovely, Cove. Everyone else put in their own agreement with Cove's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting everything ready. Maybe that's also not a lie. He could have broken the other arm while trying to woo you through the glass. He's making kissy faces through the glass, and then he slips and falls. Sandwiches had to be made, water, sunscreen, towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. Plus, you and Cove both took some time to get dressed for the day. An hour later, both your family and Cove's were walking down the old path to the beach. The morning was already turning into a bright and beautiful day. You honestly couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up there. The sight always filled you with wonder. Hey, Dae. I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda. See if they can come too. Everyone else is pretty much already here, so would your family mind? Wow, you had a good idea. He chuckled. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. It had to happen sometime. That had you laughing this time. You were already eager for your friends to join you there. Hey, Mom! Ma! They both stopped what they were doing and turned towards you. Immediately, you darted over to them. I have a question. Would it be alright if Terry and Miranda came by? I don't see why not. Ma looked to Mom to see what she thought. She nodded in agreement. Mom then shot a glance over at Mr. Holden and Kira, knowing that they had likely heard everything. Cliff, Kira, what do you two think? The more the merrier. Okay. Of course, they're welcome with me. Oh my gosh, Kira, are my friends allowed to come over to the beach picnic? Thanks. Too bad. The other you already answered. Glad you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was still several feet away, talking to Lee and Liz. Luckily about the same topic. No. Fuck you. I do what I want. How did... Yeah? Can't even spell it right? Go on, I'll wait. I believe in you. How do you even do that? Stupid bug. Jeez, jeez. That's what you get for saying no to me. That's what you get. That's the consequences of your actions. I'm not doing that. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved. As Ko quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. At that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Unexpectedly, your phone started vibrating. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID. Feeling your heart jump with excitement, you answered the video call request. It was Derek! Derek! Hey, this is a surprise. I thought you disappeared. Nope, I've not. Not I hope is at least a good surprise. Suplex me all you want, but it still is what it is. Not the suplex. You're the one that can't spell fuck. A very good one. He chuckled at that and your smile widened. So what's up? Derek, my other baby. I know, I love... Not gonna lie. I think after this, after I end stream, I'm probably gonna like play through Derek's epilogue again. By myself. Because I loved it so much. He's just so cute. I don't know. It's just, all the epilogues are so good. Fuck, 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 fuck. See? You can do it now. After you fail the first time. See, I can spell. Okay. If you're so sure. The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm as a kid. She had to play through the day we talked about it. It's just beautiful warm. I know. The Ferris wheel scene. I don't know. I had that Ferris wheel scene on stream, and my reaction to it was just... like, I could not breathe. I was like, I'm so excited for it. I loved it so much. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? I would enjoy the more of you'd been there. He sighed deeply into the phone. He frowned, trying to imagine how the summer would have gone if things were different with him. Sorry, but if it helps, I was thinking the exact same thing about you. Distance sucks, huh? Yeah. What about you? How's your summer been? You're beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time we spoke. He chuckled, noticing your vested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with some stuff lately. College applications and scholarship inquiries. What else is new? You flirted. No, this isn't our slow burn, Derek. We already had the slow burn. I go lie, sometimes in my mind, I know with Derek, but don't tell hubby I said. It's a secret safe with me, don't worry. The only real struggle will be choosing which place to go. They'll all be desperate to have you. Totally. His chuckle turned into a sigh. You could hear a small smile when he spoke. I really hope so, anyway. That would be amazing. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brothers are little punks. Little shits. But I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. Mom and Dad are fine. That's great. Mama's are too. Turn your attention back to your surroundings. You smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out and chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm out with Mama's right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. Uh-huh. I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay. Bye. Bye, Day. Have a heck of a day. I already have a heck of a day. It's me. I'm looking at myself in the mirror. It's me. I'm a heck of a day. Hanging up the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make this day even better. You hurried over to your mom's and helped out put the rest of the food out. In moments, you noticed Cove at your side. So what's the verdict on those invitations? They're gonna come. Yes! Excited, you raised your free hand for a high five. Cove laughed and slapped your hand. Wah! You meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. I can't wait. On the topic of inviting people to join, you realized there was someone else who you could call as well. You'd gotten Baxter's number earlier that summer. Come down to the beach each. Let's go get away. They say what they're gonna say. Everyone else was gonna be there. You didn't want him to be left out. You sent him a text that hoped he'd show. I'm trying to fight off another one. Help me. Okay, I'm good. After that, you made sure to mention that what you'd done. No one seemed to mind. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and soothing sea breeze. Morning swiftly gave way to the afternoon, and a very recognizable face came walking down to the shore. It was Baxter. He came. He pleasantly approached with a wave.
Hello, folks.
I appreciate the invite to the party. Of course, you're welcome with us. We brought plenty of towels and food and sunscreen. Yeah, you're one of the neighbors. Kick back and relax with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Baxter's gaze moved over to you and Cove. He smiled. Hey, Cove, good to see you. Hi. Away from where you were leisurely sat, and Cove nodded. I'm glad you decided to come. So am I. We meet again. Yes, lucky for me. A few giggles escaped Lee as she watched Baxter. It wasn't that Baxter noticed the face he didn't immediately recognize from around the neighborhood. Oh, he's sladding up. He turned up his charm even more for the introduction. Excuse me, I'm Baxter Ward. I'm sorry we haven't met before. Well, I'm not typically around this area, just visiting. I'm Cove's mom. Oh, I'll remember that. It's very nice to meet you. After that, Cove was just sitting there like, stay away from my mommy. After that, Baxter spent some time getting better acquainted with everyone, and Terry Marina arrived excitedly. The conversation shifted to what you all would do next. We could do a few runs of volleyball. There's plenty of us now.
Is that all right?
Could I play? Of course. Marina brightened, delighted with this plan. Ma looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I'll be the change, but it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. I'm in. Excellent. We almost have enough for 2-on-2 teams. Volleyball's a good idea, but there should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Beach Adventures, oh my gosh. I still remember so fondly Wii Sports Resort. One day, my goal, my big streaming goal one day, is to get a TV in here, see if my old Wii, it still works, and if not, get a new Wii and play in stream Wii Sports Resort. That game was my shit. I love that game so much. Ping pong? I was cracked at it, let's be honest here. I would come home after school, and I just play that all day for hours. It was my favorite. Oh, yeah. Wonder though, I'd have to figure it out. But one day, that's the big dream. Ooh, I have some crafting supplies we could use to make jewelry. We could even use stuff we find around the beach to accentuate them.
Really?
I'll lend you my Wii. Yes. The most considerate donation. Yeah, I feel like there shouldn't be any reason mine wouldn't work. It just hasn't been used. It probably just needs like a good cleaning maybe, but I'll have to test it out. What, really? I want to make a necklace. I'd be interested in trying my hand at that too. Impromptu crafting is my kind of party. I'd like to join too, please. Okay, actually, you know, something I've never really gotten before, and you know, this is like was something that's like so good with like our life. You could play through like the same route over and over again, and you still like somehow come across like new stuff. I don't think I've ever had a route where Cove chose to play volleyball. Maybe I have, but I can't remember. But it's always been that he wanted to like craft stuff. So I'll play volleyball. Well, maybe it was once, but I don't know. It's like, I feel like I've rarely gotten that. You looked at Ma, ready to jump into a competitive mode. She looked thrilled to have you on board. Now that the plans were settled, the group temporarily split into two.
Anyway.
Alright, sports stars, you're gonna have to pick partners, and then it's game on. Mr. One left the rest of you to deliberate and turned his attention to drawing a makeshift court in the sand.
Well,
Because he wasn't a jock and you were Taylor Swift, maybe. Well, she walked over to you and hooked her arm around yours. You laughed. I want to be on Dae's team. Yes, I'll be on your team, Ma. You paired up with her. Alright, it'll be me and Ma. You want to have fun with your Ma. Cove put on his game face, not intending to go easy on you now that you were on opposite sides. When Mr. Horton finished drawing the court, he went and fetched the volleyball from the various other supplies you all brought there. Sounds like we have our teams all set, right?
yes.
Good. Now get to your sides. The four of you situated yourselves on one side or the other of the court with your partner. Mr. Holden tossed the ball to Ma.
Do you mind?
Since this was all Nolani's idea, I think it's fair she gets to serve first. Thank you, Cliff.
Yeah.
Whoa, Ma! Show 'em who's boss! Go, Dae! Make them eat sand! I'll eat the sand myself! And still kick their ass! You get a small heap of sand out of your way on the simple court, making her laugh. You turn back towards Ma. Don't hold back! I wouldn't think of it. She demolishes them. With that, Ma got into position and delivered a practiced first serve. The game began. In the battle over the volleyball, both teams scored points. There wasn't a set amount to reach to end things, so it went back and forth for as long as everyone wanted to play. And the game went on for quite a while as everyone got into it, especially with the cheers and added commentary. Liz and Mr. Horton made the whole game better with their humor and wit. From a distance, the jewelry-making group would also cheer when they heard shouts coming out of the court. On top of that, they would hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. It wasn't until all of you were exhausted from running, spiking, and diving that a truce was called. You enjoyed every moment of it. The afternoon continued to drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Occasionally someone would head back to the house to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun a while, or to retrieve something that they needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in or another game to join. Bye, Kira. Are you going to sleep? Is it bedtime? With that Kira Mechanica? Yes, okay. Well, good night, Kira. I hope you get some good rest. Have some sweet dreams. I thought about being mean and saying no, but no. Pooped me. She's like, I'm done with y'all, bye. That's like kind of what I thought at first. I was like, okay, bye. Just like randomly leaving. Fucking bug. Me pooped. No, you pooped. You pooped yourself. It's okay. We understand that's the real reason why you had to go. That's alright. Kiwi's poopies. but yeah, you have a good rest. Thank you for stopping by. it was fun hanging out with you. Mike Wazowski. At one point, Mr. Hornet even broke out his pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old goldfish. There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end, and that was for the day itself to end, before anyone realized that the sun began to set over the sea. Bye-bye! I'll talk to you later. As it happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it, and your feet buried in the warm sand. Surely you looked up to see your moms approaching. They stopped in front of you and smiled. Yes, Kira returns to her true home. Go fast, eat ass. Hey there, kiddo. How are you? I'm doing great. Today's been amazing. They both sat down, squishing you between them. Mom leaned her head against yours, and Mom started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Mom sighed contentedly. Mom looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, Dae. You grew up to be more than we could ever have hoped. Ah. I'm not sure I deserve any of that glowing praise. You touched how they felt that way, but it felt like too much of a compliment out of nowhere. Of course you do! You tried searching your mind for the right words to explain the strange feeling twisting your chest. Mom lightly brushed some of your hair. Turning your head, you looked from Mom to Ma. They both smiled encouragingly at you. You did the hard work raising me. Mom chuckled, and Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. That's the thing. It was never hard work. I loved every minute of it, and I don't think we'll ever stop. Honestly, I feel like actual moms would like say something differently. They'd say, it was hard work, but we still loved every minute of it. Well said. You're gonna have to accept how fantastic you are, whether you want to or not. Thanks. So true, yeah. You stay there quietly and contentedly, watching the sun set with your parents for a while, till Mr. Horn called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. We were talking and think we were going to take a walk down the shore. Any of you want to come? Automatically, you looked to your moms for what they were thinking. Mom glanced from you to Ma and smiled. That sounds good to me. You are a pain in the ass, but a beautiful one at that. I'm proud of you. And I would do it all over again too, because I love you so much. That's true parenting there. That sounds good to me. Yes, that'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. That's a yes across the board. Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back the way he came in a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust. Cliff kept going forward but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again. Don't worry, we wouldn't leave without you. Alright, we'll catch up. That's just blue screen. Oh my god. That's terrifying. Is it okay now? That's... Oh my god, Oh my gosh, my very first laptop towards the end of its life would always blue screen. Like, literally, if you turned it on, it would just be like a blue screen for like a good 10 seconds before finally getting to, like, you know, the desktop screen. It's like, that's the worst. Hopefully, it just wanted to be quirky for that one instance, and it's still fine. Fingers crossed. Oh god. It's fine, thank god. Okay, good. Good. Crisis averted. What a tragic thing to see before you go to bed. It's like, oh! But I'm glad it worked out. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both of your moms held a hand out to you. Chuckling, you gave them each one, and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked to a smirk, and she didn't resist. Good night. Together as a family, you followed behind the others, hand in hand. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. Once the sun had long been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing Cove in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, so overjoyed that you got to see them today. I'm sorry we have to go already. My parents are here. That's okay. But still, I wish we could help clear this all up. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here. Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held a hand out for a low five. You obliged. Take care of yourselves, buddies. After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cove as they went down the shore. Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. Bye! You cupped your hands around your mouth to project the word louder. They both waved faster. Bye! Have a good night. Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the mood of your farewell light by shooting finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with a hip. Left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bend. Dae?
Come on.
Hey, Cove, could you come here? Both of your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went to them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up, and the parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling them up in towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back-and-forth kind of trip. People that take multiple trips are cowards. Wait. Oh. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and out onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighborhood. Baxter carefully placed what he had been carrying on the ground. Thank you so much for helping with that. No, thank you for allowing me to join today. You all shared with me. Helping to carry it back is the least I can do. Ma nodded, and the others started collecting their things from his pile. Baxter, meanwhile, stepped over to you and Cove. It really was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. His head tilted towards you, and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. Give me a hug. It took a moment, but after shuffling what you were carrying, you were able to free one of your hands enough to pull Baxter into a quick hug. He genuinely laughed and looked at you fondly when you let go. I think we did end up as good friends. I wholeheartedly agree, Dae. I enjoyed this vacation immensely thanks to you. And then he ghosts us for 5 years. Depending. Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride while it lasted. I would happily do it all over again. Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo. He then stopped and waved. Shut up, Baxter. I love you, but you bum. Dang. Fuck off, Baxter. Get out of here. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards the condo. He then stopped and waved. Goodbye. Oh. Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared inside the condo to return to his own things. His time with you and your family and friends ending. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards, you looked back over at the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot Kira or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to the house was wide open. Mom approached you with an amused look on her face. Seems like you're holding up some Holden things. Oh my gosh, Mom. You were surprised. You glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mom was right. Some of it belonged to the neighbors. Would you mind dropping it off now? Looking down again at everything you're carrying, you sighed. A teasing grin played at your lips. The home's a long walk from here. Cove snorted and laughed next to you, making your grin widen. Mom chuckled and shook her head. You can hack it, and then you'll get to experience the joy of a job well done. You laughed happily and nodded. Mom smiled fondly. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you. Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Dae. Night. You caught up to Cove, and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kira and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey! It's nice seeing you again already, Dae. Your teasing tone brought a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. I ended up with things of yours from the beach. Oh, thanks for getting that to us. You can put it here on that coffee table. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface he was referring to, and you immediately left what didn't belong to your family there. Cole put his own things down on the floor just at his feet, wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family's stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted off your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to resituate it all. You went over to where the others were too. Kira opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. Come here. Without any hesitation, you went to Kira and let her pulling you into a hug. You squeezed her back just as tight. Her hug was filled with affection, and you hoped that she could feel how much you cared about her too. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. You're welcome. Today was amazing. Kira eventually released you, but patted the tops of your shoulders as a final gesture. Every time I've gotten to come by, it's always been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out better. Mr. Horn took a step closer to you. Kira moved aside to let him say goodbye too. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor, and not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. I didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. I really, truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, Dae. So much. At that, Mr. Horn reached over and gave you a soft pat on the top of your head. I always cry so much whenever, like, in moments like these with Mr. Holden. Because, you know, Mr. Holden was, like, the first character you ever got introduced to into the game. And just when you have moments like these where he's like, thank you so much for being my neighbor. It's like, I'm crying. My tears. Give me a hug. You burst forward to Mr. Holden and wrapped your arms around him. Surprised, he went rigid immediately. But several moments later, he relaxed and began to lightly pat your back before shifting into a full hug. You squeezed him tighter. Thanks for moving in. As you let go, he sniffled. When he met your gaze once more, his mouth pulled into a wide, happy grin. Someone was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at you who you used to be. The 8-year-old he had asked to be his son's new friend. Dad, I love you! I love you, Mr. Holden! Bye, Dae. You smiled softly. Then Cove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things he had carried into the house. Don't worry about all that. I'll put this stuff away in a few minutes. Right. I need to go to do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked you to the door and held it open, taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home. You went into the road. He leaned his body against the doorframe, not following you out. So this is it, huh? Actually, that's not what I mean. His expression twisted and he shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts. I'll just say bye. Yeah, bye. It won't be long before you'll see me again. You offered him a small wave of goodbye with one of your hands. Cove reached forward and patted your arm reassuringly, and then he kept his hand there, lightly holding onto your arm. He nodded. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. Oh! The pain. As you walked over to your own front door, you stopped. You turned around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. If you give me a hug. I forgot the hug. You put the remaining stuff from the beach down the step and almost tripped bolting across the road. Next thing you knew, you were diving into Cove's arms, wrapping your arms around his middle. Force of all knocked you both loudly into the doorway. But neither of you cared. You both held each other tightly, and you could feel Cove resting his cheek on top of your head. Good night, Dae. The most dramatic hug, and he's just like, good night. He smelled like salt water and sunscreen, and like home. It was a while until either of you thought to separate. Slowly you made the trek home and collected what you left on the step into your arms again. I know, I'm running out of tissues! You do have to start using your sleeves. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit. She yawned loudly. I'm Bush. How about we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? Yes, honestly, it's too late for this. Please. Thank you. Ma put her hands on her hips and turned to assess the room. Ma was not one who liked to leave a mess about, but she sighed. I suppose we can make an exception to the usual rule. It has been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly. Lee wasted no time in skipping over to you and hooked you into a side hug. Good night! I hope you have the loveliest dreams. I hope you have good dreams too. Lee smiled wide until it went from ear to ear. That would be a fantastic way to cap off today and start tomorrow. Here's to us, Dae. Tonight, tomorrow, and forever. You're really lucky. Lucky how? You only poked the top of her torso. Because you get to be my cousin. Lee giggled, smiling happily. Fine, you're right. I am lucky. Lee stretched her arms high over her head. She yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes. I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye. I think so too. Have fun sharing the room with Liz. She laughed at that, and Lee shuffled off towards the guest bedroom. Before you had a chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped. You spun around to see Liz smirking. Nighty-night. I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day and I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow. Exhaling, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away, and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. Jess, it's been a good summer. It was nice to come back home. You nodded, and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, little kiddo. Alright, I love you too. Liz stopped walking and stared at you for a moment. She smiled softly at you. Get some sleep soon. Morning will be here faster than you know it. I will. When Liz was out of sight, Mom started up the next conversation over her shoulder. Aren't you heading up to bed too? I want to relax first. Unwind, you know. Desperately, you need some time to decompress and clear your mind. You worried if you went off to bed now that you would end up staring at the ceiling all night. Okay. Mom came over too, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug. Alright, do what you need to do. I love you. When you were done hugging Mom pulled you into another hug, their actions basically handing you off to the other. You had you laughing jovially. I love you so much. I love you too. Aww. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widened. It felt good to be so loved. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Night. After that, your moms headed off towards their bedroom down the hall. You're about to turn the other direction when you heard Mom's voice. And don't let the bed bugs bite. You heard Ma chuckling as you watched them go with a smile. Time had passed, but you weren't entirely sure how much. Sighing, you sat up on the couch. It was a good rest, and all of your tired muscles felt quite relaxed. You got up, planning on going to bed, when something out of the window caught your eye. Your feet brought you right in front of the large window spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out into the hills behind your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a new notification. It was Cove. Want to hang out on the hill tonight? Hell yeah! Something inside you told you that this was the right kind of night to take a trip out there. You sent him back a very quick message. Yeah. Hey, smile! You went over to the front door, and stepping over the threshold, you gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. They're screaming. And you shut the door behind you. Silently, you made your way to the Poppy Hill. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hills behind your house. Up ahead at the very top, silhouetted beneath the night sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he always got there first. You even had the advantage of living closer. Then again, and maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow Cove was intrinsically linked with this place. After all these years, it would be weird to scan his horizon and not find him there, as surreal as the shore without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and earth crunch under your feet, Cove turned. A grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place standing behind him on the crest of the Poppy Hill, looking out over the ocean. That's it, behind or beside? Behind, okay. Same as you'd done countless times since he'd first arrived, when you found him on this very same spot. Hey. Cove. He had officially broken the silence, the spell that had held you both in place. You looked at him expectantly. There's something I've always kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about when we met? I was just a kid you'd never seen before, bawling his eyes out on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear that he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for him, you remember that what initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it had only happened yesterday. Well, I remember noticing your very bright green hair. Cole burst into genuine laughter at your reply. I guess that's fair. It did kind of stand out. Sighing a bit, you continue to reminisce about the first meeting. Ah, bitch, I thought you were in bed. Why are you coming back here making me do a stretch break? Oh my gosh. It's in a pivotal moment too. Okay, well, guess we're doing a stretch break then. Hey, go to bed, Kira. Or I make your laptop go blue screen. I cast the blue goo on your laptop. Well, that means you have to take a stretch break before you go to bed, Kira. Them's the rules. Forehead. Alright. 3-minute stretch break. Let's go. But man, I can't believe we're almost at the end of step 3. We're almost there. The season is almost ending. It's kind of bittersweet. But next season is just 6 months away, aka tomorrow. Oh my god. Maybe I didn't use it. Well, it would mean we get to hang out, so blue screen away. God damn. And just blue screen away. Uh-oh. Okay, well, I had to use my stretch break to fix up my wheel. Ooh.
I hope the screenwriters finally give us what we want in the final season.
Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Imagine we don't do the confession. we get into the step 4 epilogue. What are your feelings towards Cove? Friendship. But no, we'll see. We'll just have to see.
If not, we riot.
Oh god. Oh no. Please no. We're just doing our jobs. I swear. We just have to tune in and see truly for yourself. Alright, 2 more minutes. Down with the screenwriters, aka down. Down with Dae, pretty much, not screenwriter. Listen, I may be in control here, but I am just using what was given to me by GB Patch Games. Not just other month of the box, but let's be honest here. Who's the true menace here? It's GB Patch for giving me the power to make this slow burn. Gosh, I really do be hard though. It's just like, can't we get together now? We're just so in love, even as friends. The menace is the one with the big yowie. I think you're talking about me there. For some reason. But it couldn't be. Oh my gosh, I didn't know that GB Patch had big hands. Man, we share that in common. That's so crazy. Wow. I can't believe it. I feel like you're talking about me, but that can't be true. I'll take a sippy as well. Up. Stretch break's over. Cheeky, I see ya. And just a little bit. Alright. I also remember feeling bad about what was happening. I remember that too. He ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't at an end, even before he spoke again. Ass plus yowie hands equals more ass. You know, very good equation right there. I see it. A mathematical discovery. Wow. You should pitch that to the mathematicians. Do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person? Was I annoying or mean or... I didn't know what to make of you at first. Cove nodded, accepting your response. Cove's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. Does that mean Dae has mathematical proportion? I have math proportions? What does that even mean? I don't understand. Math. Your proportion like math. Huh? It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink cast had first come off, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed, then dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. He gave a half smile, not meeting your eyes. No matter what you were thinking, I doubt it was worse than what I had going in my mind. He raised an eyebrow at his vague words, wondering what it was that he meant. Cove lifted his head up, finally committing to meet your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I'd ever be able to forget it. I can picture the way you looked back when I first saw you standing right here. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. Well, you know, that you're aesthetic and all that jazz. Well, at least that sounds nice. I'll take that explanation. Troy's own monologue. You scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out there until I had to face my dad again, and then suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. Damn, are you a math problem? Because when I see you, my mind goes haywire. That's pretty good, that's pretty good. I don't know why, but when I saw it for the first person, I was like, damn, are you a math problem? Because you hard. It's like, that's not a good Riz one. I am not. I ain't got none of those Riz lines. Ah, okay, I got some. I'm such a good. I'm such a good Rizzler. Just look at me. That's silly. That sounds totally like Dae. Wait, what does that mean now? Damn, man. And suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. You were a strange person in a strange place, but in that moment, you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening, how it made me feel. And you listened to me. You stayed with me. He sighed and bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. A little? Your teasing roll easily over Cove through laughter and pry. He looked off again, seeing clarity for his thoughts in the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that. Things didn't simply happen. Oh. Okay, thank you, Kira, for contributing to the cult's totem. Appreciate it, bud. Things didn't simply happen. That would be weird, according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense that everything in my little life had a specific connection to me somehow, right? Serious moment of seeing Vanellian coming. Yeah. He sought affirmation in you, wavy brows raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So the time you felt almost unreal. It's for the Cove cult. Yeah, that's exactly what it's for. Like you weren't just anyone. Some other kid who happened to live in that neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. I kind of expected it all to vanish like a dream when that night was over. I would wake up and everything would be the same again. I'd be back in my bed at home, my real home, with both my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold all at once. So I never thought I'd see you again. And Cove beamed at you, his eyes shining bright. And I never ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. It has been that long, goddamn. I'm glad this is how things went. Me too. But the smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain that he'd felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly. But now, everything is better. With me, and my dad, and my mom, and between the two of us. So I remember that time, it's not the point that my life was over. It's just the day I met you. I'm crying. Thank you for all of this. No, thank you. Cove sighed contently. His voice was as delicate as the petals on the poppies which crowned this hill. Hey, Dae. I'm so grateful you were there. Even when I wanted to run away. You didn't even know what to say back to that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. He tilted his head up, thoughts lost in the sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't really matter. My dad is fine with me being out whenever. He quietly nodded. Mr. Holden was content giving Cove all the freedom he could. Are you going to lay in the grass now? Wow. How'd you know? You're predictable. With a chuckle, Cove plopped down onto the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time there. I lay down next to him. You took your own spot next to him in the grass, brushing the blades of grass aside a bit with your hand. The weather you fully settled into relax on the hill. It felt like just the beginning of one of your nightly outings, but then you realized the sun was peeking out over the horizon. Cove spoke with a disbelieving tone. It really was late. Your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn, however not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. This unexpected sunrise particularly awed him. The two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light the world. Cove then propped himself up on the backs of his arms and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. Do you want to go back home? I could carry you if you're too tired. Nah, I want to stay right here. You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Cove chuckled affectionately.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things, like, really a lot. It has to end sometime. Since when were you okay with things ending? That made him laugh again. It was a fair question. Since you made me feel better about it. We can still stay if you want to. Cove smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there more. You bent yourself against Cove for extra support. He tilted his head against yours. Thanks, Space Cadet. He gave you a bent smile and gave his own sentiment. Good night, Dae. The two of you remained together on that familiar poppy hill where you first met until the world began to fade and blur. You were falling asleep. A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You're okay that when you open them again, things would be okay. Good morning. You opened your eyes. Instead of the walls of your room, you were surrounded by open sky. It was not soft pillows and sheets underneath you, but the bed of earth and grass that you'd taken last night. The day welcomed you with a shining sun, a refreshing breeze, and the chirping song of birds. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of the blades of grass leaving lines into your cheeks. Dae. Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbor, Cove Holden. He made himself very comfortable, laying on his stomach with jewelry and shoes taken off and a flower in his hand. Good morning. It's not really the morning anymore. Cove laughed, tickled with the overall situation, simply being able to spend time like this. Told you I'd see you tomorrow. I mean, pretty safe bet. We see each other nearly every day. So? And? Smiling, you shook your head and left Cove to his victory. Fucking Kira. Cove turned his head up to the sky, his expression content. Looks like it's going to be a nice day. We'll have to come up with something to do to make the most of it. He trod off, blinking slowly in the sunlight. Someday, when we're even older than we are now, I wonder what we'll end up remembering this moment for. What will we feel when we look back at it? Will it be the same as what we're feeling right now?
It's nice.
I can't see what the future is going to look like again, but I think that's alright. I think it'll mark another new start for me. Cove's eyebrows lifted as he turned to look at you. That's a good one. I want to think about it like that too. He eyed the hill sprawling out before you and down below, where the wild hill and nature gave way to civilization. Your home and Cove's lay down at the bottom, neatly filed among the other houses in the neighborhood. Cove said nothing but fixed you with a deliberate and meaningful look. As much as I like it here, it's okay if we leave now. We could always come back to see the poppies and the fireflies again, right? Cove met your eyes, waiting for what you were going to say in response. We'll always be together in one way or another. You didn't know where that came from, but your comment quirked a wry smile from Cove. His voice was lilted with mirth. You're one of a kind, huh? Call me special. Cove beamed at you. His expression was so unlike the one he'd worn when you first found him here, swallowed in sadness and uncertainty. Yet you couldn't help but glimpse that boy once more underneath his bright expression and matured features. Put the noise away, stop. This is not the time. He offered you a hand. You accepted it, your palm fitting around his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along too. Our parents probably aren't going to come running for us this time. We've got to make our own call. And I say that we can't hide away forever. Dae's favorite body part, allegedly. No, it's not. It's not my favorite body part. Stop. Don't start that rumor. Listen. I know I've had some close calls here, but no, it's not a fact. It's not a fact. Don't spread this slander. Listen, I'm all for toe holding, but that's it. Not allegedly. No, it is alleged. Puppy Hill is just one of the part of the things. It's more there for us, and then this time, in this place alone. Let's enjoy it. You couldn't say whether you were the one that broke into a run, if Cove had been the one to start it, or if your feet had simultaneously made that choice for you both. The end result was the same, with the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but with the nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. There are more memories to make, after all. Life takes another step forward. Thank you for the confirmation. Sending to the publication. Dae would defeat. That is not the face I made. I was putting it up for the memes. No, stop it. You're really going to end the finale by talking about feet. Gosh, I can't believe. And that's how the season finale ends, with feet. Would we have had it in any other way, though? God damn. But there we go. Yippee! It's the season finale. We didn't get together. We have to wait till next season. 10 on 10 on IMDb. The final season better be amazing, aka Feet for Dan. As far as I can remember, there is no feet in this next season, so sorry to disappoint you. But you'll just have to let it be what it be. Change. I thought that said fart bard if it was fart. But yeah, you know, in all seriousness, I love this ending so much. It's always just so nice. I love Our Life. Our Life really do be like a game that, like, it's, you know, like when you play a game and you can feel like it just like changes you in a way. Like, I don't know, like it really like changes you to your core, but it makes you like feel some type of way, and you leave it with like taking something out of it, you know? That's Our Life for me. I don't remember how I came across it, but I'm glad I did. It's kind of like hard to imagine, like, would I be any different if I didn't play this game? Probably would have dedicated so many streams to it because I never played it, but you know what? I'm glad I did. I wouldn't change anything. You better be holding toes at the end. Of course we will. It's a requirement after all, but still. But yeah, so we will have step 4 tomorrow. It's very exciting. We'll get to see if there will be... Oh my god! Tiger, thank you so much for the 69 biddies. 1 for the money, 2 for the toes. Thank you so much, Tiger. That's so nice of you. I appreciate that. Okay, we will have toes for Tiger. And for Q. But yeah, thank you so much, bud. You're always so generous. I really do appreciate that. You don't gotta do that. But I appreciate you. Even if y'all are hexing me while you do it. Oh man, I am so excited. I've been... Sure, blame us for your kid. You know, I will blame you all because I didn't meme about toes and feet so much before I started streaming, so somebody seriously had to start it. Would you have us any other way? No. I want y'all to stay the same as you are. Yeah, you're right. Snooze the ads. I don't want ads right now. Thank you for playing. Thank you for making the game. I love this game so much. Yes. Alright, let's get into this next part here, and then I'll save. Here we are! Alright. Should I go ahead and change my appearance now? I mean, well, yeah, I guess I can't actually save here, so you know, I'll do it. Okay, Let's change the hair. Oh. Real quick. God, all the halftones. Yeah, we're grown! Adult. And change page. What earrings do I want now? We're not gonna have, like, millions of piercings. Okay, we'll do this at least. That's, like, closest to what I have for earrings right now. Glasses? Nah. Okay, change page. Yeah. Prickles, blah, 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 blah. Ring. I want multiple plain. Tattoos. Ooh. I don't really have tattoos because I got a lot of fur on my body, so there's not really much room for that. But you know, if I had to have a tattoo, I guess I have to be on my back. A back tattoo. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. Done. Direct. Love! The slow burn! It's just so much stronger! Ready! Yes! Neither. High initiative. Save! And that is where we ended. Oh, gee, some friends want to go on a trip to the city to get a tattoo from our friends. Should we do it? Oh my gosh, yes. A sense of adventure. Tattoo adventure. That'd be fun. What kind of tattoo do they want? But alrighty, as I've said, that is it for today. We have successfully finished step 3. And now, we will do step 4 tomorrow. The slow burn will officially be coming to its end. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen this season finale. Anything could happen, really. Who knows? Maybe it happens. I'll show y'all. Ooh. I'd love to see it. But yeah, so there we go. It's always a little bittersweet whenever we reach the end of of our life, but it's always that much more exciting. Slow burn. I know. Guess I have to sleep now. Yeah, didn't you say you're going to sleep like an hour ago? And here you are. Still going strong. But alright. Yeah, alright, Kira. You said that like yeah. Sure. Yeah, you're gonna go to sleep. Right. I believe you. Not really. But yeah, alright. Let's see who I want to send you buds to today. Oh, you know, Nin just started playing. Let's go raid our bud, Nin. Don't judge me. I'll always judge you. If there's anything you can rely on me for cure, it's judging. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and go right over to our bud Nin. He is playing Balatro. It looks like he's playing some card games right now. It looks kind of fun. He looks pretty nice. But yeah, let's go show some fun. Some love. Some fun. Some love to our bud Nin. Such a good bud. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. But yeah, Nin is a great bud to us here in the Bear Bud community. So let's go show some support. But yeah, like I said, thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. I've had such a blast, as per usual. Thank y'all so much for making that happen. Here's the Twitter, the Discord, the VOD channel, and also the raid message. If you have access to the raid emote, you can use that one if you'd like. And yes, I will be taking a sippy, definitely. I swear, every time I play like a narration game, I feel like I'm losing my voice. But yeah. So we'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. EST. I'm going to be starting earlier because y'all know that epilogue is going to be long as hell. Misclick. What are you trying to do? Gosh, poor Kira. Always having such a hard time. But yeah, we'll be back with Alec tomorrow to play the Step 4. And it will be exciting. So yeah, I hope you buds have a good rest of your day. Day or night, wherever you may be. Ed starts... No! We're not doing ads. I'm sending everybody away. I'm kicking y'all out. Go to bed, everybody. And if you just woke up, well, do your thing, you know? But yeah. Goodbye, buds. Stay feral. Bye!